LoveLore Library. Chapter 728. Xiahou Qing said faintly, "Many thanks for Nyang Nyang's praise, but it was just a little trick I learned from a trick master. How can it be compared to Nyang Nyang's methods? Everyone was the smartest group of people in the world. Since things had gotten to this point, there was no need to beat around the bush." The moment Zhang Shi disappeared in the fire, Chao Ho had already predicted Xiahou Qing's plan. A strange fire and a strange and mysterious curse. When the Empress Zhou, who had come back from the dead, returned from the fire and appeared in front of the people, the shock it would cause would be 1,000 times greater than tonight. And the oath Zhang Shi had sworn in front of the officials tonight would instantly turn into invisible arrows that would sweep towards them. Just think, when the people all knew that the supreme power in the hands of the Emperor of Great Yu and Feng Mu was stolen from the country, this heaven-shaking infamy would be enough to crush every saint in the world. At that time, if the king was not the king, how could the empress sit on the empress's throne? This move locked onto the throat. It could not be said to be inaccurate, nor could it not be said to be poisonous. She had underestimated Xiahou Qing. Chao Ho grew even more furious in the face of his nonchalant expression. "Xiahou Qing, have you ever thought that if you force me into a corner, the life of the person you've been longing for will be in danger?" Xiahou Qing shook his head slightly. This humble subject is lowly. How could this humble subject dare to force Nyang Nyang? This is just a transaction. Nyang Nyang does not wish for Zhang Shi to appear again, and I only want to take one person away. As for the dispute from 25 years ago, it has nothing to do with me. As long as Nyang Nyang is willing to let Xiao Shu go, I swear on my life that as long as Nyang Nyang is alive, I will not let Zhang Shi's people or her name see the light of day again, and I will not let her existence threaten Nyang Nyang in the slightest. This transaction is fair and just. No one will lose out. What does Nyang Nyang think?" Chao Ho's elaborate attire for tonight's banquet was unavoidably modeled in the fire that had just been extinguished, in the pouring rain, and in the confrontation with Xiahou Qing. In the dim orange light, her long armor dug into her palms as she desperately suppressed it, maintaining the self-restraint and dignity that an empress should have. "Xiahou Qing, you are very good. Good, Ben Gong promises you." After Chao Ho finished speaking, she did not wait for Xiahou Qing to respond. "However, Ben Gong has another condition." Xiahou Qing's brows furrowed. "Please speak." He had guessed that Chao Ho would not relent so easily. "Chow's the mouth." Chao Ho Qing's lips curled up. "The moment the sun's this, Ben's the sun's, the moment the sun's this, the S is the. Jiu Si pressed down hard on Xiahou Qing's shoulder, indicating that he should not do so. "There must be a trap." Chao Ho laughed. "What? Are you worried that Ben Gong will kill you?" "Don't worry. You already have the world's most terrifying poison. Wouldn't it be unnecessary to kill you? Why would this consort dirty her own hands and get herself into trouble for no reason?" Not far away, Xiao Yuni, who was directing the palace guards to clean up the wreckage, witnessed their unique confrontation from a distance. His eyes flashed as an unfathomable dark light flashed through them. Then, he lowered his head without a word, as if it had nothing to do with him, and continued to complete his mission. Just as Xiahou Qing was hesitating, Chao Ho leisurely turned her back. In the pouring rain, her soft and cold voice was like a huge demon. "Listen carefully. This is Ben Gong's only chance to back down. You can think about it again. It's not a problem to think about it for 3 to 5 days. Ben Gong has plenty of time to waste with you. However, I don't know if that little girl from the Ning family can afford to waste time. The water in that water prison is really cold. Xiahou Qing, do you have a choice?" Chapter 729. Your Majesty, you broke your promise. Outside Weiyang Palace, the imperial carriage was already waiting. The palace servants bowed respectfully, waiting for His Majesty and Her Majesty to return to the palace. The Emperor and Empress walked out of the palace door without a word. They stepped over the backs of the palace servants and boarded the imperial carriage. The rain had not stopped. Surrounded by hundreds of palace servants, 8 imperial horses galloped forward. Both the men and the horses were drenched. Only the celestial Empress and Empress sat side by side under the wide-colored glaze, facing each other in silence. A long time later, under the cover of the rain, Chao Ho expressionlessly said, "Your Majesty, you promised Qinxie that you would kill Xiahou Qing, but you still broke your promise." After a night of torment, the Heaven's Choice Emperor was extremely tired. Hearing Chao Ho's question, his temples twitched as he slowly said, "Shen has already ordered people to prepare the poisoned wine. It's just that we haven't found a chance to make a move yet. Empress, please do not misunderstand. He is the heir of Nanping King in name. Everyone knows this. If he dies without a reason, the officials will be suspicious. Therefore, Shen has been waiting for a suitable chance." But before Shen's plan could start, Zhang Shi suddenly appeared and disrupted it. Chao Ho looked over with a smile at Heaven's Choice Emperor's explanation. "Is that so? Your Majesty is not lying to Qinxie, right? After all, he is your flesh and blood. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. If you cannot do it, Qinxie can understand." Heaven's Choice Emperor's appearance was visibly aging. It was as though he was closer to death with each passing moment. He shook his head and said hoarsely, "Although he is Chizu's flesh and blood, he has been raised by Nanping King for 20 years. There is no father-son relationship between him and Zhen. In the past many years, Zhen did not even know of his existence. Tonight, he used Zhang Shi to threaten you. Isn't that threatening Zhen? Then, why would Zhen be unwilling?" The mockery in Chao Ho's eyes grew. "Then, can your Majesty explain to Qinxie what Zhao Bin did in Weiyang Palace 4 hours before the banquet started? Who was the culprit behind the iron pillar?" Heaven's Volition Emperor was shocked and drenched in the rain. His dragon body coughed uncomfortably. His internal organs were in turmoil and he coughed heavily for a long time. Only when Chao Ho's hand landed on his back and gently patted him did he feel better. He frowned and said unhappily, "Zhao Bin was indeed sent by Zhen, because Zhen sent him to do something. They set up a trap under Xiahou Qing's seat and sent Nanping Wang's bodyguards to assassinate Zhen at the right time. At that time, the culprit and the stolen goods were caught. It was only logical. If the Empress doesn't believe me, you can send someone to check." When Zhao Bin heard the summons, he immediately handed over the poison that he had prepared beforehand. Chao Ho's gaze fell on the bottle of poison for a long time. The corners of her eyes moved. She saw Kai Bin nod slightly at her from a distance that was not too far away. Only then did her voice slowly soften. With a smile, she said, "How could Qinxie suspect your Majesty? It was just that it happened so suddenly that I was shocked. Your Majesty, why do you look so pale? Has your old illness relapsed? Come, why haven't you brought the cloak over yet?" Chao Ho angrily took the cloak from the palace servant and carefully draped it over Heaven's Volition Emperor. Seeing that Heaven's Volition Emperor was a bit more comfortable, she let out a sigh and said, "This way, there must be Xiahou Qing's spy in the palace. Otherwise, his plan tonight would not have succeeded. Come, take the entire troop into the prison and torture them. If they can't find anything useful, beat them all to death." Heaven's Volition Emperor said weakly, "Then what does the Empress intend to do with Xiahou Qing staying in Weiyang Palace tonight?" Chao Ho smiled. She softly leaned on Heaven's Volition Emperor's shoulder and stroked his once broad chest. She said softly, "Your Majesty doesn't need to worry about this. Since he carefully gave Ben Gong a big gift, how can Ben Gong not return the favor? Doesn't he want Ning Shu back? Ben Gong will return her to him. But tonight, Ben Gong will make it unforgettable for him. What do you think, Your Majesty? Under the curtain of rain, Heaven's Volition Emperor's dark and waxy face flashed with endless complicated emotions. After a long time, he said in a daze, "Good." Chao Ho smiled, then, "Please give the order. Qinxia will cut off a piece of Your Majesty's heart." The Emperor's hand stiffly hugged her, "As long as the Empress is happy." Chapter 730. After the fire, every corner of Weiyang Palace was filled with a burnt smell. After being soaked in the heavy rain, the smell did not dissipate, but became more pungent, as if something was quietly rotting. No one would have thought that the magnificent immortal palace 4 hours ago would become like this. The fire was completely extinguished. Xiao Yuni led Yang Chengwei to retreat. When he passed by Xiao Qing, one of them looked straight ahead and the other did not say a word. They were like two pieces of ice on a glacier that collided briefly and moved in opposite directions. The moment Xiao Yuni stepped over the threshold, Xiao Qing's deep voice sounded from behind him, as if he was asking, "What is the most important thing in your eyes?" "What do you think, Prince?" Xiao Yuni stopped and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "In this palace, everything is important. The first thing is to live. Only by protecting your own life can you protect other things. This is the world where the strong prey on the weak. If you are not careful, you will be bitten into pieces." Xiao Qing got up slowly and walked to the eaves where it was still raining. He stretched out his hand. The heavy rain was like a string of beads, falling through the gaps of his pale fingers. "The most important thing to me was the truth. The poison I was poisoned with, the secret on my body. These were the obsessions in my heart that could not dissipate. Later, I found that these were not important. The most important thing was freedom. The freedom that hatred, power, love and hate could not imprison." Xiao Yini laughed sarcastically at such a dignified answer. He was about to continue walking when he heard Xiao Qing say without rhyme or reason, "Xiao Shu trusted you a lot." One sentence, 8 short words, made Xiao Yuni's expression change. His pupils constricted and he became angry. He laughed and said angrily, "What do you want to say?" Xiao Qing said, "After the begging meeting, Ning Ji was kidnapped and the Ning family lost 17 lives. At that time, we guessed who did it and guessed that it was the Empress' most capable assistant, your 6th prince, Xiao Yuni. Later, Xiao Shu shook her head and said it was definitely not you. She said that you know what's most important to her. You can't bear to hurt her family. She also said that when Ji was born, you carried him more than once." Xiao Qing's voice was neither high nor low in the heavy rain. It was faint and intermittent, but it sounded like a heavy weapon had hit Xiao Yuni's chest hard. He was even angrier and interrupted the other party's narration. "Enough. Why are you being so long-winded with me? Do you want me to defy Imperial Mother and save Shu for you? How laughable. Yes, she used to trust me a lot, but that was in the past. Right now, her eyes, thoughts, and heart are not on me. She chose to go against me, and she expects me to give up everything for her for the sake of our past friendship. Xiao Qing, you have a good plan." His voice stopped abruptly. Xiao Yuni knew that if he continued to speak, his true emotions would be exposed and Xiao Qing would be able to use it against him. He clenched his fists and closed his eyes hard. After a long time, when his chest gradually calmed down, he stepped over the threshold with a cold smile and said sarcastically, "If I were you, I would still be worried about how to see the sun tomorrow morning." In the heavy rain, Xiao Yuni left with his red cloak that looked even heavier after being soaked by the rain. He left behind the most elite guards to surround Wei Yong Palace, not letting any sparrows fly out of this half-ruined palace. In the main hall, the banquet was scattered all over the floor. Jiao Si held an umbrella in one hand and supported Xiahou Qing with the other. He moved slowly from one corner of the cage to another and moved to the side hall. The heavy rain was hazy. "Master, you shouldn't have agreed to stay in Weiyang Palace," Jiao Si said worriedly. Xiahou Qing coughed and shook his head slowly. He was holding a fragment of a jade pendant in his palm. Ning Shu had once stolen it from him, but it was broken and returned to him. "I have to stay." The Phoenix's nirvana that was arranged tonight greatly angered Chao Ho. Instead of letting her vent her anger on Xiao Shu and be cruel, it's better for me to worry. It makes me feel more at ease. Xiahou Qing smiled softly. "We have the Zhang family in our hands, so Chao Ho is afraid of breaking the vases. Now that we each have half of the chess pieces, it's just a night of torture. I'm willing to endure it. As long as we get through it and see the sun tomorrow." Chapter 731. That night was destined to be a battle of life and death. After cleaning up the third batch of assassins, Jiao Si wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and put his long sword back into his bamboo cane. He tucked it behind his waist. He looked back at his shoulder, which was still bleeding, and sealed the surrounding acupoints with 2 fingers. After that, he ignored it and gathered with Tianwen and Shi Yan to Xiahou Qing's side. The 3 of them formed a triangle around Xiahou Qing, guarding him in the middle and swearing to protect his safety. After 3 fierce battles, the 3 of them had more than 10 wounds of various sizes on their bodies. It was as if they were bathed in blood. However, no one complained. Instead, they looked at each other and smiled. It was as if they had fought side by side on the White Wolf Mountain in the past. They had killed their enemies while bathed in blood. Shi Yan grimaced as he pulled out a hidden weapon that had sunk into his arm, and then sprinkled the powder on it. He deliberately winked and shouted, "Oh, these people are really vicious. They deliberately hit my arms and want to destroy my peerless ability to shoot through the sky. Bah! Tianwen, come over and blow on it for me. It hurts so much." Heaven's Inquisition blew at him with a look of disgust, shaking off goosebumps all over his body. He didn't expect this person to still have the strength to come over, so he immediately kicked him away. "It's just a flesh wound, and the blood is red. Who are you trying to show off by acting coquettishly with me? If you have so much energy, go out of the palace and show it to your tigress." Shi Yan angrily said, "What tigress? Heaven's Inquisition, fuck. I finally understood what they meant by forgetting their mother when they have a wife. In the past, you almost died in the hands of the warhounds on White Wolf Mountain. Who was it that took the risk of having their heads blown off by the warhounds to bring you back? And that assassin's sneak attack just now, if it wasn't for my sharp eyes calling out to you, that hidden weapon wouldn't have hit your arm, but your head instead. You, on the other hand, forget your brotherhood when you see a woman. You abandoned your brothers and abandoned your brotherhood. Get the hell out of here. Didn't I kill a thief who wanted to kill you with a single arrow? We're even. How can 2 be even with 1? Are you really stupid or really stupid? Then when you were a child, you were punished by your master for not being able to eat for 3 days because of your lack of concentration. Who pitied you and gave you a steamed bun to save your life? Hee, you still have the face to mention that steamed bun. Originally, I was just hungry and had to endure a little bit of the desire for good food. In the end, after eating your rotten mantu, I vomited and had diarrhea. I was bedridden for half a month and had to practice all my martial arts from scratch. I really have to thank you for saving my life. Then I also didn't know that the steamed bun was rotten. I risked my life to steal it from the little kitchen. I was almost beaten to death by the kitchen auntie. At least my intention to save you is genuine. How can you be so ungrateful? Fuck, who is the ungrateful one? Jussi, Lord Shitsi, you two judge for me. Jussi didn't participate in their struggle at all. He didn't say a word, as if he was using his silence to mock their naivety. The two of them scolded and laughed at the same time. In this dark night soaked by the rain, the corpses were piling up and the warm blood was cooling little by little. It was especially lively, as if the surrounding blood and death had been isolated to another world, and this world was lively and full of sunshine. The brocade in front of Xiahou Qing's eyes was cut by a sword wind when the second wave of assassins attacked. Listening to their deliberate banter, he lowered his long eyelashes and trembled slightly. He said hoarsely, I know that tonight is a matter of life and death, and I have implicated you to accompany me. I will engrave your affection and righteousness in my heart. I have nothing to repay you with. After tonight, if we can all get out alive, no matter what you want, I will do my best to satisfy you. There is no harm in saying it. Jussi said, Why do you say this, Lord? Following you to protect your safety has been the same rule since childhood. If we can't protect your safety, we might as well kiss your neck as an apology. Tianwen also said, Back then, you saved us and gave us a way out. For you, we can sacrifice our lives. And now we are living very well. Each of us has a set of skills, and there is nothing we want. When it was Shi Yan's turn, he scratched his head. His handsome face was strangely red. Actually, I don't have anything. I don't want anything. It's just that, young master, you see, Zigue and I are like a bowl of half-cooked rice. We're just a step away. As for her, she doesn't dislike me for being stupid and naggy. She has suffered so much, and I also love her from the bottom of my heart. In this life, the two of us are grasshoppers tied to the same rope, the same stone in a pit of shit, inseparable. So, after we rescue Lady Ning, can Lord Shitsi help me, for me, The sound of it said all the pink thoughts in his heart, and Tianwen rolled his eyes. Jussi also pulled the corners of his mouth. Xiahou Qing smiled faintly. As soon as the word approved came out of his mouth, a sword wind came from afar, indicating the fourth assassination. Lord Shitsi, be careful. Tianwen, Shi Yan, continued to set up the array. Jussi shouted. Several people were like soldiers who would never fall. Their eyes were shining, and they were ready to attack, waiting for the arrival of a new round of blood rain. Chapter 732. The assassins hiding in the darkness were like ghosts emerging from the ground. They used the night as an accomplice to do the most shameless things in the world. This wave of assassins was different from the previous waves of real swords and spears. Their methods were incomparably despicable. Every time the sword wind swept by, they didn't face it head-on. Instead, they hid in the sewers and made sneak attacks. This made them completely alert and exhausted. This entanglement lasted for a full hour, but there was still no conclusion. Jussi and the others had more and more wounds, big and small, on their bodies. Even if their bodies were made of iron, they still gradually showed signs of exhaustion after not being able to catch their breath for so long. They pulled out a rat hiding in the sewers and shot it down from the roof with an arrow. Shi Yan was just about to show off his latest victory when he suddenly felt an itch in his throat. His feet felt weak and his eyes were dizzy. Tianwen was the most alert and immediately reacted, "Not good, quickly hold your breath. It's poisonous smoke." They hurriedly held their breaths and covered their noses and mouths. Shi Yan accidentally inhaled a mouthful of poisonous gas, kicked the assassin who pounced on him, and broke the assassin's neck with his bare hands. Then, he hurriedly stumbled into the heavy rain, allowing the rain to drench him from top to bottom. He barely regained some clarity of mind. After he woke up, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Not good. He hurriedly tore off a piece of his inner clothes. After soaking it in the rain, he brought it back to Xiaoqing. But he was still a step too late. He heard his Shizi's throat roll and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Shizi. This kind of trick was clearly aimed at his Shizi. Normal people had all 5 senses. Once they smelled the poisonous smoke, they would subconsciously hold their breaths to protect themselves. Only his Shizi had lost his sight, smell, and even his hearing was gradually deteriorating. Even if he had extraordinary abilities and could defend against all the open and hidden attacks in the world, he couldn't defend against this colorless and odorless poisonous smoke. Jiu Si and Tianwen were still tired of dealing with the rats hiding in the sewers. Shi Yan hurriedly covered his Shizi's nose with a cloth soaked in rainwater. Xiaoqing said hoarsely, "It's no problem. You go help them. Don't worry, these people are mainly here to vent Xiao Ho's anger. She only wants to use all kinds of methods to torture me. As long as I'm still the Nanping prince in name, she won't let me die in Weiyang Palace for no reason. As for you guys, you must protect yourselves." Shi Yan listened to his messy breathing in the rain and clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. In the dark, his eyes were red, and the last arrow in his quiver had been shot. For assassinations in one night failed to take your lives. What a pity. However, our Empress will not go back on her words. You have won this round. I'll return the person to you. Hurry up and take him away. As she spoke, she raised her chin behind her. Several palace maids carried out a person from behind. The person was lying on a wooden board. Water dripped from the board to the ground. It was as if the person had just been drenched in the heavy rain like them. It also seemed like he had just been fished out of the water. He was quiet and silent. Only a piece of white cloth covered him from head to toe. Seeing that person, the 3 people's expressions changed. Shi Yan's face turned pale subconsciously and he gasped. Xiaoqing sensed that something was wrong. Even the corners of his lips trembled. What happened? What happened to Xiaoshu? What did you all see? With 3 consecutive questions, the heir of Xiao, who was usually calm and composed, lost his composure. Kai Bin raised her eyebrows and sneered, "Whether he's dead or not, won't you know when you come over?" Chapter 734. Xiaoqing did not hesitate as he rushed over to the source of the sound. Just as he was about to open the wet white cloth, a blade suddenly came out from under the white cloth and fiercely stabbed at Xiaoqing's heart. Trap! Be careful, young master. Xiaoqing couldn't see. Fortunately, his many years of battle instincts helped him subconsciously move to the side to dodge. The tip of the knife left a bloody wound on his chest. He sent a backhanded palm strike over, striking that person down and causing him to spit out blood. Kai Bin coldly smiled as she moved back. The 5th assassination round officially began when the sun rose and dawn arrived. Jiu Si and the others immediately went forward. Shi Yan fought while cursing, "Fuck, the dignified empress is actually doing this kind of despicable thing, isn't she afraid of being laughed at by the world? Pay!" Contrary to their delicate appearance, these female assassins were extremely ruthless. Their eyes were red, and their faces were ferocious as they rushed towards them with swords and sabers. In all fairness, their martial arts were not very strong. At most, they could be considered to be above average. If Jiu Si and the others were not injured, these people would not even be enough. But the strange thing was that these people were like emotionless wooden puppets, going all out to cut off their heads. Even if Heaven's Inquisition cut off the tendons in their right hands and took away their weapons, they quickly stood up from the ground and switched to their left hands to continue attacking. If their hands were crippled, they would use their bodies to attack and their legs to kick. It was like they did not know what pain was. As long as they had a single breath left, even if they used their teeth, they would still want to bite off a piece of flesh from their bodies. Shi Yan had never killed a woman before, but he had no choice today. He had personally broken a maid's wrist, but she had grabbed his shoulder, so Shi Yan had no choice but to use a palm to shatter the other side's heart. But even like this, the half-dead maid spat out blood as she struggled to stand up from the ground. She staggered as she charged at Shi Yan, letting out a beast-like roar from her mouth. Shi Yan's entire body was filled with fear as he retreated in shock. He said in a frightened voice, "What is going on? Why can't they feel any pain? How is this a person? This is simply a zombie that crawled out of hell." Heaven's Inquisition said while fighting, "Do you remember when we fought the warhounds in the past? The warhounds released a group of human slaves. They were exactly the same as this group of people. They must have been drugged and made into a group of fearless puppets. Be careful. As long as they are still alive, they will counterattack." Back then, they had fought bitterly against those human slaves. Now, they were being attacked from both sides. A murderous puppet that didn't know pain and fear was even more difficult to deal with than 5 or 10 ordinary assassins. A female assassin sacrificed her own life to stab a bloody hole in Heaven's Inquisition's back. Heaven's Inquisition's injuries were too severe, and he fell to the ground exhausted. Xiahou Qing stood up to fill in the gap. Together with Jusi and Shi Yan, they protected Tianwen in the center. This battle was more bloody than any of the previous battles. Broken flesh and broken limbs were scattered all over the ground. In the end, not a single corpse was left intact. The young girls' bodies were broken into pieces and rolled on the ground, falling into the dark red muddy water. No one could bear to look at it a second time. Xiahou Qing used his paper fan as a blade, personally taking care of the final assassin. He put away his fan with a pale face as he leaned against the red pillar to rest. "Great, it's finally over." Shi Yan was lying on the ground in exhaustion, not being able to move a single finger. Wonderful, truly wonderful." A sudden clap came from outside the hall, accompanied by a graceful and ear-piercing laughter. She walked out from the direction of the rising sun, wearing a bright yellow robe. Her face was shrouded in shadows, so who else could it be other than Empress Chao? This queen has heard that Xiao's successor is heroic and has unparalleled martial arts. "You are a young talent rarely seen in 100 years, but it's a pity I haven't had the chance to witness it. Seeing it with my own eyes today, it really is worthy of your reputation." Very good, very good." Hearing this ear-piercing voice, Xiahou Qing had a murderous look on his face. He frowned in disgust and threw the dirty paper fan into the rain. "Your Majesty, our bet last night has been completed. I am still alive. Now the sun is rising from the east and the sky is bright. It's time for your Majesty to fulfill your promise and return Xiao Shu to me." Empress Chao said lightly, "This queen is the Empress of the Central Palace and the mother of the nation. There is no reason for me to break my promise. Come, send Xiao's successor out of the palace." Xiahou Qing's face was even angrier. Obviously, he had reached the limit of his patience. "I said, return Xiao Shu to me. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" After being offended, Empress Chao didn't get angry. Instead, she said in surprise, "I have already sent someone to return Ning Shu to you." Xiahou Qing's heartstrings suddenly trembled. Before he had time to sort it out, he heard Empress Chao showing the most vicious and gloomy smile in the world. She whispered, "Isn't the one you just killed?" Chapter 735. It turned out that the distance from the human world to hell was so close. It only took an instant. Xiahou Qing's fingers trembled violently, and even his breathing began to spasm. In his ears, Chao Ho's voice was like a demon from hell, dancing in the raging flames. She laughed and reached out with her broken claws, wanting to pull everyone who passed by into the sea of flames to be destroyed with her. What, you don't believe me? Won't you know if you go take a look? Ah, this consort almost forgot. Your eyes have long been a decoration, trash. Hee hee, then go and touch it. While you still have the sense of touch, carefully touch it. Did you just kill the little girl that you've been longing for? No, it can't be. I don't believe it. Xiahou Qing's entire body was stiff. His face was ashen and uglier than a dead man's. 1 blade, 2 blades, 3 blades. The gentle breeze that blew past in the morning after the storm instantly transformed into thousands of sharp blades that pierced through his body. Wind whistled through his body as blood flowed out. He lifted his stiff feet and walked towards the white cloth step by step. Zhou Si and the others saw this and rushed over to stop him, but if he insisted on doing this, who could stop him? When the white cloth was lifted, Xiahou Qing's hand hung in the air, unwilling to fall. He said, "Tell me, is it her?" Looking at the familiar swollen face under the white cloth, the congealed blood at the corner of the mouth, and the eyes that were unwilling to close when the veins of the heart were shattered, Shi Yan looked at it in shock. His throat was blocked, and he didn't have the courage to look a second time. He turned his face away with red eyes. This question was too difficult. No one could answer. A chill spread from his chest, freezing his entire body. Even speaking was difficult. Xiahou Qing's lips were deathly white. He said, "Speak, is it her? Is there even a need to ask?" "Xiahou Qing, who would dare to answer you?" Chao Ho admired their pain from behind, using it as food to feed the abyss of dissatisfaction in her heart. She chuckled and shook her head. "Xiahou Qing, you can't blame this consort. You killed her with your own hands. How is it? How does it feel to kill your most beloved person with your own hands? Does your heart hurt?" The bright yellow phoenix robe gracefully left the half-charred, half-bloody Weiyang Palace, with the most carefree laughter in the world. "Do you know what this is called? Life is worse than death. Every day you're alive, you'll sink into boundless regret. After you die, you'll be too afraid to see her. You'll constantly struggle between life and death, unable to free yourself for all eternity. How does this feel? This consort left this girl alive for this moment. This is this consort's greatest revenge against you." Ha 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 ha. The string in Xiahou Qing's heart snapped with a bam. His hands uncontrollably searched the corpse's face, trying to find evidence that she wasn't. But. Xiahou Qing suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. A pair of hands rushed over to catch him. Tianwen shouted, "No, Shi Ziyi, don't be fooled. This isn't Lady Ning. Her Majesty is lying to you. It's true. I, Tianwen, swear with my life that it really isn't her. If I'm lying, then let the heavens send down heavenly lightning and let me die a horrible death. Shi Ziyi, you know that I'm most afraid of death. Believe me." But it was too late. 2 streams of blood slowly flowed down from the corners of Xiahou Qing's eyes. He suddenly opened his unfocused eyes and drew a sword, slashing back at the living people around him. His expression was deranged and his eyes were bloodshot. He had completely lost his mind. Chapter 736. Xiahou Qing, the crown prince of the Nanping mansion, suddenly suffered from soul detachment after entering the palace. He became delirious and became a bloodthirsty demon. In one night, he killed 87 people in the Weiyang Palace. The youngest among them was less than 12 years old. She was a little palace maid who had just entered the palace. Blood flowed in the Weiyang Palace. His Majesty and the Empress immediately sent palace guards to capture him after receiving the news. However, they were still a step too late. Xiahou Qing broke into the floating Jade Palace, which was closest to the Weiyang Palace, and cut off concubine Qi's head with a sword. For a moment, the entire city was in a storm. Oh my God, even Imperial concubine Qi was killed. That's not an act, he's really crazy. What about now? Where is he now? Where is His Majesty? I heard that His Majesty was very angry and wanted to sentence him to death on the spot to relieve his monstrous hatred. However, Xiahou Qing is the only heir of the Nanping Mansion, and the Nanping Mansion is located in the Yunnan province, which is a barrier that protects the country. If he directly killed Xiahou Qing, it would cause turmoil in the Yunnan province. Nanping Mansion's treason is a disaster that no one can bear. Then he killed so many people. Is he just going to let it go? Where is the justice? Where is the justice? It's not that he's going to let it go. It's just that this matter is really troublesome. His Majesty also has a headache. He can only order to put him under house arrest in the Fanning Pavilion and not take a step out at any time. When Nanping Mansion enters the capital, he will be judged in public. The pitiful fourth prince cried until his eyes bled when he heard that his birth mother had been cruelly killed. He knelt at the palace gate for a day and a night, begging His Majesty to cut off Xiahou Qing's head to comfort concubine Qi's soul in heaven. However, His Majesty did not respond at all. The next morning, the fourth prince was disheartened and left the palace. Everyone sighed. Suddenly, someone in the crowd hissed and shrank his head. Don't you think it's familiar? What familiar? Xiao Ba, what are you trying to play dumb for? If you have something to fart, just say it. The man shook his head and said mysteriously, haven't you heard of that? Legend has it that 25 years ago, the late crown prince, Xiao Minglu, was the legitimate son of Empress Dowager Xiao Huiren. He was supposed to inherit the throne, but he suddenly went crazy and killed many people, almost including the late emperor. In the end, he was killed by Empress Zhou. This is too much of a coincidence. Could it be a new cycle? For a person like Xiahou Qing to be reduced to such a state, what a pity, what a pity. Just as everyone in the capital was feeling threatened, 3,000 Yongchengwei armed with heavy weapons surrounded Xiahou Qing's Sanskrit pavilion. Xiao Yuni was personally leading the troops, and there were countless soldiers hidden around. Anyone who dared to approach would be killed without mercy. Jiu Si and the others were also imprisoned separately, and no one was spared. Inside the Sanskrit pavilion, it was as dark as an abyss, not letting in a single ray of light. Xiahou Qing lay on the soft couch by the south window as if he was dead, motionless. His jade-colored face was shrouded in the gloom, like the last piece of thin ice on the surface of a lake in spring, shattering with a light touch. I killed her. Amidst the chaos, a divine Buddha stood astounding the heavens. Its massive shadow blotted out the sky and swallowed Xiahou Qing entirely. In the shadow, he said, I killed her. If the Buddha was not merciful, no one could save him. You were originally a god from the heavens, and you were ordered to go down to the mortal world to save you. You did not use up all your energy, but you let yourself fall, trapped by the fetters of the mortal world. You failed on the verge of success, so you were punished by the heavens. I didn't expect you to not repent after hundreds of years, and dare to violate the rules of heaven again, tamper with the cycle of reincarnation, and completely overturn the order of the mortal world. You are really stubborn. If you can repent in time, I can still plead for mercy on your behalf on account of your past merits. If not, your bones will be set ablaze, your soul will be destroyed, and you will never be able to reincarnate. Think carefully. Chapter 737. The deity's voice was deafening as it whipped him, leaving bloody marks all over his body. However, he was still trapped in his inner demon and had no reaction. I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? Stubborn. The deity was infuriated. Thunder struck down from the top of his head into his body. Xiahou Qing roared in pain. All 206 bones in his body were in great pain as if they were crushed. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and he fell into the black pool. The deity was indifferent. I'll ask you again. This is your last chance. If you're willing to turn over a new leaf, I'll erase your 1,000 years of memories and return to the human world to set things right and atone for your sins. I'll help you return to the celestial court and regain your position as a god. From then on, you'll escape from the pain of reincarnation and no longer have to suffer from the 7 emotions and 6 desires. You'll be burdened by the mortal world and enjoy an endless lifespan. You'll be worshipped by the people of the human world and you'll be blessed for thousands of years. Endless lifespan. Ha! Xiahou Qing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. In your eyes, the 7 emotions and 6 desires are poison, disaster, and disaster. They're terrible things to be avoided. However, in my eyes, if I have no emotions and no desires, even if I have the same lifespan as the heavens and earth, I'll just be living every day and it'll be useless. What's the use of this endless lifespan? The deity's eyes widened and he was even angrier. How dare you slander the mysteries of the heavens? Do you know that if you miss this chance, you'll never be able to turn over a new leaf? The lifespan of a mortal is only a few decades. It'll pass in the blink of an eye. Even if you're willing to suffer the pain of reincarnation forever, you may not be able to stay with her. Don't forget that she's already dead. She died in your hands. Xiahou Qing's face was pale. The inner demon in his chest surged and wanted to destroy him. At the critical moment, he clenched his fists and forced the inner demon back. He suffered internal injuries and his body was pale and weak. He lowered his long eyelashes and said hoarsely, even if she's dead, I can still go to reincarnation to find her. As long as my soul survives in this world, I'll never give up until I find her. The Buddha sneered, even if you find her, how can you be sure that she doesn't hate you and scold you? Perhaps at this moment, she had already drunk Granny Meng's soup and jumped into the next reincarnation, forgetting about you forever. Then, with a clean memory, you will find someone you love and marry them. You will have children and spend the rest of your life with them. You will be the only one trapped by your heart's demon and will never be reincarnated. Chapter 738. Shu, what's wrong? You look so pale. Did you have a nightmare? Or is it too stuffy in the secret room? I'll get someone to send some ice over. The door to the secret room opened and a person walked in. Seeing Ning Shu's pale face, Xiao Yini frowned and strode to the bed to wipe her sweat. Her hands were cold when he touched them. Why are your hands so cold? They're all sweaty. Did you have a nightmare? What did you dream of? Ning Shu regained her senses and pulled her hands back, looking down. Nothing, I just dreamed of some scenes from solving cases in the past. Perhaps it was because she had a weakness in her heart that she did not dare to say some words even though she knew it was a dream, afraid that it would become real once she said it. Really? Xiao Yuni stared at her evasive expression and did not ask more. He glanced at the dried food on the small table and his expression darkened. Shu, you didn't even touch the food today. Are you planning to go on a hunger strike to fight me to the end? Do you think I can't do anything if you don't eat? I'll feed you myself. He picked up the cold rice bowl and forced it into Ning Shu's mouth. Ning Shu clenched her teeth and refused to swallow a grain of rice. Even if Xiao Yuni pressed her acupuncture points and forced the rice into her mouth, it was useless as long as she refused to swallow it. The extra rice kept falling out of her mouth and Xiao Yuni's expression darkened. Do you think you can scare me by going on a hunger strike? Do you think you're still the same as before, occupying a place in my heart? Do you think I'll compromise even if you starve to death? Ning Shu, you underestimate me. Xiao Yuni slammed the rice bowl on the small table and turned to leave. However, when he saw Ning Shu's chest heaving up and down weakly and how her face had become so thin and pale in just a few days, he closed his eyes angrily and threw his robe down. He turned back to Ning Shu and bent down to pinch her chin. Ning Shu, you're good, you're very good. Don't you want to know what happened to Xiaoqing? When she heard the name Xiaoqing, Ning Shu's eyes that had been closed finally opened. She looked at him anxiously with her bright, black, watery eyes. She was extremely urgent. Being stung by that gaze, Xiao Yuni felt a slight pain in his heart, as if someone had inadvertently stabbed him with a knife. He unsealed her acupoints and laughed coldly at himself. As long as you're willing to take the initiative to eat this bowl of rice, I'll tell you about Xiaoqing's current situation. You'd better hurry up, or my patience may run out. Ning Shu didn't even have the time to speak before she nodded her head repeatedly. She picked up the bowl of rice and stuffed it into her mouth. The rice had been delivered 4 hours ago, so the water on the surface had long dried. Every grain scraped against her throat like gravel, but she didn't feel it at all. She forced the rice down her throat as fast as she could, as if she was afraid that she would lose the opportunity to obtain Xiaoqing's information. Soon, the rice that Xiao Yuni had spent so much effort to feed her was all eaten by her. I want to know what happened to him. Tell me how he is now. Looking at the empty bowl, the cold smile on Xiao Yuni's face deepened. He said lightly, nothing, he's still alive. But, he's almost living a life worse than death. Ning Shu's heart fell. What do you mean? What are you talking about? What happened to him? Or the Empress? Staring at her heartbroken expression for another man, the wound in Xiao Yuni's heart became even bigger. The strong pain and unwillingness stirred within him, making him jealous and angry. He felt a strong sense of revenge, wanting to take revenge on her with all the pain in his heart and let her have a taste of what it felt like to be in his heart. So he narrowed his eyes and laughed coldly. It's not that mother hurt him, it's him. After he, Xiaoqing, killed someone, he broke down as he wished. Take a guess. Who do you think he killed? Chapter 739. As smart as Ning Shu was, she immediately guessed what had happened from Xiao Yuni's words. As long as she thought of Xiaoqing's current situation, Ning Shu's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Large drops of tears flowed out of her eyes uncontrollably. How could you do this? Xiao Yuni, how could you be so despicable? Xiao Yuni's expression suddenly became ruthless. What do you mean I'm despicable? What did I do? I didn't do anything. I was just kind enough to save you at the risk of being punished by Imperial Mother after she found out. Otherwise, the person who would be beaten to death by Xiaoqing and lying there in such a sorry state should be you. Not only are you not grateful to me, you're accusing me of being despicable. Ning Shu, do you have a heart? Ning Shu's face was full of tears. Her mind was in a mess. As long as she thought of how Xiaoqing must be in so much pain that he had broken down to the point of losing his mind, every blood vessel in her body throbbed with pain. It was so painful that she begged Xiao Yuni. Let me out. I want to go out, I must go out. Since you can save me once, then help me again, okay? He can't not see me, otherwise he will do something stupid. Xiao Yunyi's expression was cold and ruthless. Don't even think about it. Even if you go out, do you think you'll be able to save him? You don't know what happened outside. Just this morning, he went crazy and killed Consort Qi. Do you think Imperial Father will let him go? Do you think the people will turn a blind eye? Do you think the laws of Great Yu are just for show? This path of death has already been paved in front of him. He, Xiahou Qing, will definitely die and no one can save him. What's more, you want me to let you go out and be intimate with him? Over my dead body. With that said, Xiao Yunyi left in a huff, only to hear the sound of a bowl breaking behind him. Ning Shu screamed and fell down from somewhere. He immediately rushed back anxiously and saw that Ning Shu's legs were still tied to the end of the bed, but her upper body was twisted and fell off the couch. Her hands, which had been untied during the meal, were now pressed into the broken pieces of porcelain. Her skin was torn and her flesh was lacerated, and blood flowed all over the floor. Xiao Yunyi pulled her back onto the bed, saying angrily, "What are you doing? Do you care about him that much? You care so much that you don't even want your hand anymore. You don't even want your brain." Ning Shu opened her watery eyes and stared at him without blinking. Trembling, she pleaded, "Brother Yunyi, I beg you." Xiao Yunyi suddenly froze. Brother Yunyi. This extremely familiar yet extremely distant name. In his memory, he often heard it when he was young. No matter if she was happy or surprised, angry or pranked him, he could always hear her calling him Brother Yunyi softly, crisply and mischievously. Then he would listen to her making all kinds of requests to him, and he would always frown and smile, helplessly satisfying them one by one. But when was the last time she called him Brother Yunyi so intimately? Was it half a year, or even longer? In short, it was so far away that he couldn't remember clearly. He only felt his heart ache terribly and every part of his body felt uncomfortable. Because she called him that after so many days, her eyes were no longer filled with him, but with another person wholeheartedly. He held her shoulders with both hands and questioned, "Do you know that as long as you go out, Mother will immediately know that you're still alive and that I was the one who swapped you away? You want to save Xiahou Qing's life, but have you ever considered my life? Is it that our lives added together are not as important as Xiahou Qing in your heart? Isn't it? Isn't it?" "I'm sorry," Ning Shu replied, sobbing. Just when he was unprepared, a sharp object stained with blood silently pressed against the back of his neck. Her guilty voice sounded in his ear, "I'm sorry, it's..." Chapter 740. When he heard that resolute yes, Xiao Yunyi's pupils constricted uncontrollably. "So, what you did just now was all an act? How dare you use yourself to plot against me?" Ning Shu knew that she was being very cruel, but now that things had come to this, there was nothing else she could do. Okay. Xiao Yunyi closed his eyes in self-mockery. "Today, I finally know what it means to kill without spilling blood. I can't be compared to you in terms of being heartless. I was blind to think that we could return to the past. Stupid without knowing it." The corners of his eyes turned red. After he was done mocking himself, he opened his eyes, the sadness in his eyes completely replaced by fierceness. He bared his sharp canine teeth, like a beast ready to bite and eat. He laughed coldly. "Since you've come to this, then don't blame me." After he finished speaking, before Ning Shu could react to what had happened, a shadow suddenly flashed past the entrance of the secret passage. She felt a sharp pain in the back of her hand and the broken porcelain in her hand fell to the ground. Ning Shu gripped her trembling wrist in pain. She raised her head subconsciously and saw a figure she never would have thought would appear here. For a moment, Ning Shu couldn't believe her eyes. Was she in a nightmare? Or was she accidentally drugged with some drug that made her delirious? Otherwise, why would she see this person? This was too funny. It was impossible. Impossible, she didn't believe it. She didn't believe it. So she really laughed out loud. She laughed so hard that she even cried. Hearing her laughter, that person shrank back instinctively, wanting to turn around and hide immediately. However, when she met Xiao Yunyi's gaze, she had no choice but to stand still and face Ning Shu's piercing gaze. Forsythia, greetings to Miss. Hearing her introduce herself, Ning Shu's laughter stopped abruptly. My good Forsythia, it's really you. When you were 4 years old, your parents died and you sold yourself to bury your father. You wandered the streets. When you were 6 years old, you became seriously ill and hid in a cage. Mama Lu pitied you and took you into the mansion as a servant. Since you were 7 years old, you have been serving me. To be fair, where did our Ning family not treat you well? I even thought of you as the most trustworthy person by my side, but I didn't expect that the ghost hiding by my side in the end would be you. Of course, a fine bird chooses a tree to perch on, and a virtuous subject chooses a master to serve. This is your personal choice, and I have no right to blame you. I only have one question for you. That day when the Qixi Lantern Festival ended, you led and the others back to the residence. Do you know what happened after that? Forsythia was so ashamed that she could not raise her head. Her eyes were red. Tell me. Lian Qiao squeezed out each word from her throat with great difficulty. Every word she squeezed out felt like it was scraping her own throat. I know. Your Highness had previously sent someone to send me a message, but, slap. A slap with thick blood landed on her face ruthlessly. Ning Shu's wrist trembled. There was nothing sadder than a dead heart. No buts. You knew your master's plan. You knew what would happen once they returned to the residence, but you still led them to hide in Tianshui Alley and watched them die one by one in your master's hands. Forsythia, I don't ask you to be grateful to the Ning family, but Bai Xiao and the others grew up with you all these years. There was also Mama Zhang, Uncle Lu, and Mama Lu who pitied you and brought you back to the residence. How could you bear to do that? How could you bear to do that? Chapter 741. Forsythia took the slap and her eyes turned red. She was speechless. Actually, it was not that she did not have any doubts. That night, 17 people were killed and none of them survived. Even Hui Mo almost lost his life, but Forsythia, who was not important, was taken away with But she did not want to think about it and delve into it. Because the feeling of being betrayed was too uncomfortable. It was like holding a warm heart and giving it to someone else. Not only was it thrown on the ground, it was also stepped on. Ning Shu looked away and did not look at her again. She laughed coldly. Your Highness, it must have been hard for you to be so attentive to Ning Shu so many years ago. Xiao Yunyi's eyes were full of sarcasm. You don't have to think of me as a bad person. I didn't want to do anything when I placed people by your side. It was just that there was someone by your side, just in case. If something happened to you, I would be able to get the news immediately. But I didn't expect that we would go further and further away from each other. Since that's the case, you can't blame me for using the original spy. Alright, I don't have to argue with you about anything else. Forsythia, your miss has been served by you since she was young. She is not used to not having you by her side these few days. You should still be by her side for the next period of time. Remember to be careful. You must serve her well for this prince. If she loses a single strand of hair or a single finger, this prince will hold you responsible. Xiao Yunyi laughed arrogantly and turned to walk out of the secret room. Forsythia and Ning Shu, the former master and servant, were left in the secret room, facing each other silently. "Miss, your hand is still bleeding. Let me." After a long silence, Forsythia dared to open her mouth timidly. Ning Shu withdrew her hand and lay on the bed with her back facing her. She did not even look at her from the beginning to the end. This secret room was not big, but there was a clear gap between the two of them, as if there was a deep gap that could not be closed. "How is it? How is it? Did you get any news about the young master?" When Huimo saw 13th Princess come back, he couldn't wait to climb down from the bed and ask again and again. Xiao Zhangping hurriedly pressed him back down and frowned. "Didn't I tell you to lie down properly? Even if you're anxious to death, it won't help the situation. If you tear open the wound, it will only cause more trouble. How can I not be anxious? That's my young master. What's more, the Empress has made up her mind to frame Shi Ziyi by using Consort Qi's life in exchange for Shi Ziye's life. The rumors outside are abuzz. Everyone is saying that Shi Ziyi is the reincarnation of the crazy crown prince. I don't believe it. The Empress must have done something to frame the crown prince. Damn it, I'm a useless cripple now. I don't even know what happened that night. Now that they're all locked up, I'm the only one who can't do anything outside. I really hate myself. I really hate myself. Huimo, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. There are so many so-called witnesses and evidence pointing to Shi Ziyi. At this time, unless Ning Shu comes back from the dead, no one can get him off the hook. But Xiao Zhangping bit her lower lip and didn't know how to continue. When I entered the palace today, my father didn't want to see me at all. I tried my best to get through a few people. Lady Ning. Lady Ning. Everyone was fine not long ago. How can it be like this in the blink of an eye? Huimo looked out of the window in a daze. A line of tears slipped out of his eyes. Is there really no way? Chapter 742. For 3 whole days, Ning Shu didn't even drink a drop of water, let alone a grain of rice. No matter what Forsythia said or did, even if she knelt down and begged, she didn't respond. "Miss, you can't do this. Otherwise, you can't stand it before child Xiaoho does anything." Ning Shu didn't move at all, as if she didn't exist. Forsythia was so anxious that she kowtowed again and again. She said with tears in her eyes, "I know you hate me, but you can't vent your anger on your body. How about this, as long as you are willing to eat, I will slap myself until you calm down." Before Ning Shu responded, Forsythia raised her hand and slapped herself hard on the face one by one. She used so much strength that every slap made a crisp sound and left a deep handprint on her white face. 5 slaps, 10 slaps, 20 slaps. Until she finished slapping herself 30 times, Forsythia's mouth was bleeding. She couldn't look at her face at all and even her fingers were trembling. However, Ning Shu was still indifferent. Instead, she raised the corner of her mouth slightly and said sarcastically, "You and I are no longer master and servant. My life and death have nothing to do with you. You don't have to be so pretentious. Even if you beat yourself to death, I won't feel sorry for you. Instead, I will feel happy." Because of the lack of water, Ning Shu's voice was weak and determined. She had always been herself. She would rather die than live in dishonor. Forsythia's face was swollen and her head was swollen because of the pain. But she had to continue to lower her head and swallow her anger. "But if you die, His Highness won't let me go. Yesterday, he warned me that if I can't let you eat today, he will punish me severely. Please take into account that Lian Xiao has served you for so many years and spare this servant's life. I beg of you." Ning Shu laughed and said happily, "That's even better. In the future, we will go to the netherworld together to see Bai Xiao and others. We will have a companion. Haha, ha 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 ha. I just don't know if you'll have the face to do so after seeing them. Hearing her say this, Forsythia suddenly raised her head with a fierce look in her eyes. She climbed up from the ground and coldly looked at Ning Shu's back. Miss, this servant has begged you for so long, but you didn't even blink. It seems like you are determined not to let this servant have an easy time. Since that's the case, instead of worrying about you dying at any moment and Sixth Highness coming down to kill me, why don't I grant you your wish first and end all troubles? Anyway, I heard that Heir Xiaoho is in a critical situation. I'm afraid he doesn't have many days left to live. I'll be kind and send you to health to be a pair of lovebirds. When the villain reached the end of his rope, he finally peeled off the human skin. What are you doing? A chill rose from her back and Ning Shu wanted to dodge instinctively. However, she had not eaten for days and her body was hollowed out little by little. She did not even have the time to turn back to see what the knife that stabbed into her body looked like. She only felt a chill on her back and a hot liquid was brought out from her body, splashing onto the bed like a splash of ink. At first, she did not feel any pain, only numbness. Then the second and third knife stabbed into her body. Her pupils constricted and she opened her mouth wide to squeeze out a weak cry from her throat. Ah! The splashing ink stained the mattress and there was no sound at all. By the time Xiao Yuni arrived, following the sound, the secret room was already filled with the thick smell of blood. He froze for a moment before he kicked Forsythia who was covered in blood. You evil creature, what did you do to my shoe? Chapter 743. Forsythia was kicked to the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did she realize what she had done. The knife in her hand fell to the ground and she was stunned. She didn't know if she had a premonition that she was about to die or something else, but she looked up at Ning Shu with a complicated gaze and tears flowing down her cheeks. Your Highness, please spare my life, please spare my life. She stepped back and fainted after being hit by Xiao Yuni again. Xiao Yuni picked up Ning Shu, who was covered in blood, and ran out like a madman. Shu, don't be afraid. Brother Yuni is here, I won't let anything happen to you. I'll go find a doctor for you now. In his arms, Ning Shu was like a torn doll. No matter how much he whispered into her ear, there was no response. Her two arms hung limply by her side and her face was as white as paper. It was as if she was no longer breathing. Xiao Yuni's heart ached so much that he wanted to shout out loud, but he was afraid that he would scare Ning Shu, so he could only bear with the pain and ran as he said, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have used Forsythia to provoke you. When I was young, I swore that I would protect you for the rest of my life. I didn't expect that the one who hurt you in the end would be me. I lost my mind and went crazy. I'm sorry, Shu, can you forgive me again? Give me another chance, don't die, please don't die. The proud sixth Prince Xiao Yuni had never bowed his head in front of anyone except the Empress. But at this time, he was like a pitiful person who was about to lose his family, murmuring and begging for a person who didn't love him to stay in this world for a moment longer. Doctor. Where are the doctors? Find all the best doctors in the city for this prince. Xiao Yuni's personal eunuch, Jieyu, hurriedly followed behind and stopped him. Your Highness, please think twice. Once you start searching for doctors in the city, you will definitely alarm the Empress. At that time, the matter of you secretly swapping Lady Ning will be exposed and the Empress will be furious. Xiao Yuni turned back. Blame me if you want. Can't you see that my Shu is about to die? I've knelt before her for more than 10 years. Don't tell me you want me to watch my most beloved woman die out of fear of her reprimand. If you try to stop me again, I'll bury you first. Jie knelt on the ground and prostrated herself on the ground, crying, I know you have been holding a grudge against Miss Ning for many years, but Your Highness, have you forgotten that since the last incident, Her Majesty's trust in you has been shaken? If it happens again, Her Majesty is likely to use it as an opportunity to make a big fuss. She may even turn against you and become enemies. What should you do then? So what if you've endured and lowered your head for more than 10 years? A servant's life is cheap, his death is not to be regretted. There were many beauties in the world, but there was only one position, and that was Her Highness. Your Highness. I can't. Xiao Yuni, who was hugging Ning Shu, froze on the spot. His arms were trembling and even his teeth were chattering. Ning Shu's breath in his arms was getting weaker and weaker, but the struggle in his heart was overwhelming, torturing him so much that he looked up at the sky and opened his mouth to scream silently. What to do? What to do? What should he do? Why was fate always so cruel to him, not allowing him to get close to even the slightest bit of kindness? Today, he finally understood why Ning Shu said that he could only choose one between her and the throne. There was no reason for her to let him have both. Perhaps this was fate, both sides of the scale were filled with pain. He looked around, not knowing where to go. A teardrop fell from the corner of Xiao Yuni's eyes. He choked and hugged Ning Shu tightly, opening his mouth. Chapter 744. Your Highness. Just as the eunuch was trying his best to persuade him and Xiao Yuni was in a dilemma, Ning Shu, who had been lifeless in his arms, suddenly opened her mouth and said in an extremely weak voice, Brother Yuni, you don't have to worry about how to choose. I don't need a doctor, I just want, you're awake. Xiao Yuni didn't know whether to be happy or sad for a moment. His lips pressed against Ning Shu's forehead excitedly and he was almost incoherent. That's great, that's great. What did you want to say just now? Say it. As long as you're willing to wake up, as long as you don't die, I'll promise you anything. The blood in her body was still flowing out, draining her energy little by little. Ning Shu's eyes seemed to be spinning, but she said, I just want you to let me go. Xiao Yuni's eyes were filled with disbelief. You still want to leave at this time? Do you want to die by Xiao Qing's side even if you die? Ning Shu didn't have the energy to explain and let him think, repeating the obsession in her heart over and over again. Let me go, you promised me just now, let me go. Under such great sadness, joy, and hurt, Xiao Yuni didn't know whether to laugh or cry, his facial features twisted. Yes, I promised you just now, I promised you. His expression changed and he said angrily, but I didn't promise that I would do it. Ning Shu wasn't angry at him going back on his words, but smiled weakly and lowered her eyelashes that were even darker because of her thinness. She coughed softly and struggled out of Xiao Yuni's arms, leaning against the cold wall beside her. Your Highness still has a childish temper, but this time, no matter if Your Highness is happy or not, you have to help my daughter. Maybe Your Highness can try to check the major acupoints in your body and see if there's any stagnation and weak feeling in your steps. If so, then it means that the medicine I gave you is starting to work. Thank you, Your Highness, for not putting up your guard against me just now. For a moment, Xiao Yuni was dumbfounded. As smart as he was, he quickly understood what Ning Shu meant. He looked at her in disbelief, as if he never knew her. That bitch colluded with you. So, this is a show that you're putting on for me. Ha, ha, Ning Shu, you actually tricked me to this extent. Where is that bitch who betrayed me? Jieyu, drag her out and kill her. Those who betray me will not have a good ending. Ning Shu felt a little dizzy. She pinched the web between her thumb and forefinger to wake herself up and not fall down. The act was fake, but the injuries on his body were not all fake. In order to ensure that it looked real, Ning Shu forced Forsythia to make 7 to 8 cuts on her body, trying to make each cut look hideous so that Xiao Yuni would not be able to see through it. You don't have to make things difficult for her. In fact, up until the incident at Tianshui Alley, she had always followed your orders and acted very well. She even fooled me. Until the incident at Tianshui Alley, when you clearly told her that you wouldn't kill anyone and that you were just pretending to kidnap someone, she reluctantly cooperated with you and put on that act. But I didn't expect that you would lie to her. When she saw Bai Xiao, Auntie Lu, and the rest die in front of her, she was pushed to my side by you. Your Highness, you said that you don't like the taste of betrayal, but why don't you put yourself in others' shoes? Cough cough. The excessive blood loss made her feel cold all over, but her forehead started to heat up. Ning Shu forced herself to hold on. She had to hold on until the end, otherwise everything would be a failure. I'll tell you the truth. The drug I gave your Highness just now is a poison called 7-star begonia. If you don't get the antidote within 8 hours, you will lose all your martial arts and become weak, becoming a useless person. And the longer it drags on, the harder it will be to cure the poison. Your Highness, please think twice. After clenching his fists, the obvious pain in his chest made Xiao Yuni's footsteps wobble. He stood still and laughed in anger. In the short and long anger, he took a deep breath and said with a cold smile, Okay. Shu, I always underestimated your cruelty. Jieyu, let her go. Thank you. Ning Shu let out a long breath as the stone in her heart was put down. She thought for a while and said, Please give me a set of servant's clothes to change into. I'll leave the palace on my own. No one will know that I've been here. Xiao Yuni's every word was like a needle, sharp enough to draw blood. You're so thoughtful. Should I thank you? Scram. Ning Shu was not angry, but shook her head slightly. She supported herself against the wall and followed Jieyu along the vermilion corridor. When she turned the corner, she suddenly heard Xiao Yuni say in a low voice, Come back. Ning Shu's heart skipped a beat, afraid that something would happen again. But after a long silence, Xiao Yuni said in a low voice, Actually, even if you don't wake up, I won't give up on you. Whether you believe it or not, I've already made a decision when I was hesitating. Even if I have to risk falling out with Mother, I won't watch you die in front of me. Because... He stopped in the middle of his words and turned to leave. Forget it, you won't care anyway. Scram. Don't appear in front of me again. Ning Shu turned back to look at his departing figure. For a moment, her emotions were tangled and incomparably complicated. In the end, she bit her lip and said softly to his back, I hate you, but, thank you. Chapter 745. The side door of the sixth prince's residence was slammed shut behind Ning Shu. Ning Shu stood on the stone steps and almost fell down. The wounds on her body that she had deliberately made for her act were still bleeding. Fortunately, the servant's clothes that Jieyu had given her were black so that she would not be exposed. She lowered her head and deliberately messed up her hair, holding onto the wall as she walked in the alley. After not drinking for several days and being locked in the secret room for a long time, the sudden sunlight made her dizzy. She tried to move slowly against the wall, but in the end, she could not hold on and fell down. All her strength had been used up in the confrontation with Xiao Yuni just now. She lay on the ground and tried several times, but could not get up. She sighed deeply. She was so pathetic, like a dead dog. It was as if she had returned to her fourth life, when her neck and limbs were cut off and she was lying on the ground waiting to be skinned and cooked, just like now. Fortunately, no one noticed her here, otherwise the Duke's residence would be completely disgraced by her. No, the entire capital thought that she was dead now. Even if they recognized her, they would probably think that they had seen a ghost. At this thought, Ning Shu's mood became better again. She lay on the ground and laughed, losing all her strength. Yes, she would just rest here for a while. After a while, she would get up and continue walking. Her parents and brother were all waiting for her. With her mother's soft personality, she would definitely cry if she thought that she was dead. There was also a fool who even recognized her wrongly and foolishly wanted to torture her to death. When she saw him, she would definitely scold him. How did the quick-wittedness he had when he was King Chujiang disappear all of a sudden? He was really an embarrassment to Yen Luodian. Teasing in her heart, Ning Shu's eyes struggled and slowly closed. Someone is waiting for you. Ning Shu, you can't die, do you hear me? You can't die. You can't. You can't. When her consciousness gradually returned to chaos, she could vaguely hear a series of messy footsteps approaching. Voices were buzzing and it was hard to hear clearly, but vaguely familiar. Ah, is it her? Oh my God, it's really her. She's not dead. Men, come over quickly. When Ning Shu woke up again, she was in the carriage. The person who fed her medicine was not gentle at all. Half of the ginseng soup was spilled into her collar, and the other half was poured down her throat. Her chin was pinched so hard that it hurt. She frowned and met Xiao Zhangping's rabbit-like eyes. Hui Mo, look. She's awake. He really woke up. The medicine you concocted is really effective. Ning Shu, you've finally woken up. Just now, I almost thought you were dead. Ha! Why are you frowning? Are you feeling unwell? Ning Shu smiled bitterly at this simple and barbaric little princess. You're hurting my arm, and there's a wound there. Xiao Zhangping blushed and quickly let go. Ah! I'm sorry, I didn't know. Why are there so many wounds on your body? Did Brother Six hurt you? Also, why aren't you dead? That day, I purposely went to the palace to see a corpse that looked exactly like you being carried out. What the hell is going on? Ning Shu didn't know where to start. It's a bit complicated. It's hard to explain. How did you know that I would come out from here? Hui Mo was the one who spoke. When he saw Ning Shu, his eyes were red and he cried with joy. Forsythia sent us a letter before she went missing. She asked us to wait near Prince Six's mansion. She said that we might meet someone, but she didn't tell us who we were waiting for and when. We were very confused, but we thought that since things had already come to this, we might as well try our best. We didn't expect that we would meet you here. That's great. The Crown Prince can be saved now. Chapter 746. Ning Shu looked at him with a smile and said, Are you crying because your Shitzi can be saved? That's too heartless. Of course not. Don't misunderstand. Although our identities are different, we have experienced a lot of things together and solved a lot of cases. Whether I deserve it or not, I really treat you as a friend in my heart. So I am very happy to see that you are still alive. Really, I am happy from the bottom of my heart. And I am even happier that you can save my Shitzi. I don't mean to use you to clear his name, but... Hui Mo blushed and hurriedly explained. But the more he explained, the more confused he became. He had to hang his shoulders and said, Since he was imprisoned by His Majesty's order, we have thought of many ways to send him a message. We even used all the spies that Prince Nanping's mansion has cultivated in Jing City over the years. It was not easy to send a message to him, but Shitzi turned a deaf ear to it. He thought that he had really killed you, so he sentenced himself to death. But now, you are still alive. For my Shitzi, you are his exclusive medicine. As long as he knows that you are not dead, his heart disease will be cured without medicine and he will have the motivation to live. Just listening to his vague description, Ning Shu's heart was choked with sobs. She forced a smile and said with the firmest eyes, "I am teasing you. Don't worry. As long as I am here, I will never let your Shitzi suffer an injustice. He is Xiahou Qing, the proudest and freest Xiahou Qing." Hui Mo was moved to tears. "I thank you on behalf of the whole Prince Nanping's mansion." "Thank you. Thank you. But, you are very weak now and you are injured. Do you want to rest for a few days?" Ning Shu shook her head and said stubbornly, "Time is tight. We must collect evidence as soon as possible. As for your Shitzi, you must arrange for me to see him as soon as possible. Otherwise, according to his temper, he will definitely think that you are lying to him. He will not believe it. And those dead bodies, especially concubine Chi's, we must—" Hui Mo suddenly interrupted her with a worried face. "But Lady Ning, your face, what happened?" Ning Shu raised her head sluggishly, wanting to touch her face, but before she could raise her hand, she lost consciousness. Sanskrit Pavilion. It was established 218 years ago, during the early days of the founding of the country. At that time, the dynasties were changing. Wars of all sizes had caused countless massacres. Demons and evil spirits filled the world, and the people had no way to make a living. Thus, Emperor Gaozu specially ordered people to build this Sanskrit chanting pavilion, and respectfully welcomed the Buddha bone into the pavilion. Every day, he sent eminent monks to chant sutras, suppressing all the demons and evil spirits that wantonly did evil in the world, returning peace to the people. 25 years ago, after the previous crown prince went crazy and killed people, the previous emperor had ordered people to imprison him here for a short period of time. However, in the end, he was unable to suppress this demon. And now, it was Xiahou Qing's turn. Everyone could see that His Majesty was furious this time. A small Sanskrit pavilion was guarded by 3,000 guards, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. They surrounded the pavilion so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. He also gave a death order that anyone who dared to trespass would be killed without question. Inside the Sanskrit pavilion, Xiahou Qing, who had slept for a long time, woke up yesterday. Apart from the fact that his complexion was visibly worse and his body was thinner, he felt weak as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. People did not even dare to blink, afraid that if they blinked, the jade in front of them would shatter. Ever since he woke up, he ate and drank some water, but he didn't say a word. Then he asked for a game of chess and placed it on the small table under the window. The distinct black and white pieces were faintly considered between his fingers as they quietly landed on the chessboard, forming 2 distinct rivers. Chapter 747. When the bamboo curtain was opened and someone walked in, Xiahou Qing didn't even notice. His internal organs were burning, and the pain was magnified 10 times. He had no strength left, and he was only holding on with his last bit of willpower. The cold sweat on his back soaked his clothes and stuck to his protruding shoulder blades, as thin as a cicada's wings. Self-mockery, pain, or resentment, he didn't show any expression on his face. He just sat quietly in a corner, waiting for his death. "Your Highness, how are you today?" It was Master Miao Hong who came in. He was wearing a green mud cassock and looked merciful. Behind him, the young novice monk bowed his head and followed, respectfully holding the wooden fish and the small hammer for him. Even his steps were light. "I've been ordered by the emperor to recite sutras to suppress the demons again. The bald donkey is noisy, so I hope you can bear with it." Sure enough, there was still no response. Miao Hong smiled and waved to the young novice monk next to him. Just like a few days ago, he chose a corner and sat opposite Xiahou Qing. He closed his eyes and began to recite sutras. The young novice monk stood behind him obediently and accompanied him by knocking on the wooden fish. This was the top floor of the Sanskrit pavilion. There was no sound outside the window, only the sound of chess pieces falling on the ground, the knocking of the wooden fish, and Miao Hong's low and orderly recitation of Buddha were intertwined, repelling and miraculously blending with each other. After 2 hours, Xiahou Qing hadn't finished playing chess. Miao Hong's morning recitation of sutras had come to an end. He stood up with his numb knees and staggered. The young novice monk helped him stand up, barely maintaining the image of an eminent monk. He turned to look at Xiahou Qing and smiled again. "Your Highness, it seems that you don't need me to suppress you. You've already locked yourself up. Very good, very good. It saves me a lot of effort. Xiao Shu, follow me." Hearing the name of Xiao Shu, Xiahou Qing, who had been as silent as a cold lake, suddenly stopped the chess piece between his fingers in midair. It was like a dying person who was suddenly fed a drop of water, evoking a little desire to live. But the drop of water was too little, and as soon as he tasted it, he realized it was a dream. His Xiao Shu was already dead. Xiahou Qing sneered, lowered his head, and continued to place his half-finished piece. Looking at Xiahou Qing, who was as thin as a piece of paper and was about to be blown away by a gentle breeze, Ning Shu, who was disguised as a young novice monk, could no longer bear it. She abandoned the wooden fish in her hand and walked in front of him. She squatted down and looked at his pale face. "Xiahou Qing, don't you recognize me?" Her voice trembled slightly. She didn't even dare to touch him for fear of breaking him. She could hardly believe that the person in front of her was still Xiahou Qing. It was so thin and pale, like a snowflake that had unintentionally drifted from midwinter to midsummer. There was no need for wind or sun to blow on it, it would melt on its own. However, even after hearing her voice, Xiahou Qing remained indifferent. Ning Shu's heart ached so much that it felt like it was about to split open. She bit her lower lip hard to stop herself from crying on the spot. She carefully approached and reached out a hand to test the waters. "My voice, my footsteps, my heartbeat, could it be that you can't recognize them all? I am Xiao Shu. The one who died was not me, but someone else in disguise. The one in front of you is the real me. If you don't believe me, you can touch my face." Her hand had just touched the back of his hand when it was slapped away. "Who sent you? The Empress or Jussi?" He sneered as if he had seen through a huge lie. His voice was as sharp as a defensive hedgehog, and he no longer trusted anyone in this world. "You spent so much effort to find someone who looks and sounds so similar to Xiao Shu. What do you want to do? No matter what you want to do, don't waste your time. Get out of my face right now." Chapter 748. Seeing him like this, the tears in Ning Shu's eyes suddenly burst. "Xiahou Qing, touch me. I really am Ning Shu, the living Ning Shu. Not the Empress, not Josie, not anyone's arrangement. I am me. The Ning Shu who almost had her neck broken the first time you met. The second time, she dared to barge into the royal palace to make a deal with you. She stole your jade pendant, spread rumors about you, swindled money from you, and fell in love with you. She knelt on one knee on the ground and looked up at her injured god. Tears fell down her cheeks and wet her clothes. I'm sorry. I acted on my own this time. I didn't listen to your advice and went to find the Empress. I put myself in danger and gave her a chance to hurt you. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Can you forgive me this time?" Listening to the familiar voice beside his ear, soft, firm, and with such a heavy sobbing tone, his heart was twisted, and even his internal organs were being torn apart. It hurt so much that even his wrist began to tremble. He threw down the chess piece in his hand and pushed her away. His voice was hoarse as he tried to suppress his emotions and make himself as cold as ice. Don't waste your breath. I won't believe you. Ning Shu's tears came even harder. The more he pushed her away, the more she wanted to run towards him. She said in an incomparably domineering manner, "You believe me. If you didn't believe me, you wouldn't have listened to me. We've experienced so many things together and solved one big case after another. Consort Nguyen, Southern Yan's envoy, Shui Ran, old Princess Yu. Every time, we were surrounded by danger, but every time, we got closer and closer. I don't believe that you can't tell which one is the real me and which one is the fake me. Xiahou Qing, I won't allow you to not recognize me." He never liked people crying in front of him. As soon as he heard those stammering cries, his heart was filled with disgust, and he retreated. There was only one person. As long as she shed a tear, the world would collapse. And now, she was crying again. Clenching his fists tightly, he tried his best to persuade himself not to be fooled, not to fall into the trap again. The person in front of him was just like the dreams he had when he was asleep. They were all illusions. As long as he woke up, he would dissipate like smoke and disappear without a trace. However, the person in front of her was so real that even if it was just a dream, she wanted to sleep and never wake up. A dark mark slowly appeared on the black brocade in front of him. He said in a low and hoarse voice, "The things you said, they all know. Then I'll tell you something that no one else knows. In the underground palace, do you still remember the underground palace? Other than you and me, there was no one else. At that time, you were seriously injured and almost died in order to save me. That night, no one answered your cries for help. I also hugged you like this. Do you still remember? What did you say to me at that time? You said that since I had boarded your pirate ship, I shouldn't think about getting off. Now that I'm still on your boat, are you trying to chase me away? Xiahou Qing, dream on." She cried and threw herself at him. Using all her strength, she held his face and kissed him. Between their lips, she sobbed, "It doesn't matter if you can't see me. It doesn't matter if you can't hear me. I just want you to feel me with all your heart. I am Ning Shu, the Ning Shu that only belongs to you." After a short moment of hesitation and a long time of suppression, he finally went crazy. The black brocade in front of him was completely soaked. Xiahou Qing's hand that had been holding back finally couldn't hold back anymore. He hugged her and pressed the back of her head. Forcefully, crazily, recklessly, he pressed her against him. Chapter 749. This kiss was so forceful, as if he was afraid that she was just a bubble in front of him. Once he let go, she would disappear. So he used all his strength to kiss her lips and hold her body. Even their souls wanted to fuse together. From then on, their flesh and blood would never be separated again. Ning Shu's lips were numb from the kiss. She couldn't even breathe, but her tears flowed even more fiercely. They were like two fishes entangled together, helping each other in difficult times and relying on each other. Fortunately, Master Miao Hong had already silently retreated, leaving the room for the two of them to do whatever they wanted. When the kiss ended, the silk threads blurred. Xiahou Qing bent his index finger and gently wiped the tears on her cheeks. He asked again, "Are you really Xiaoshu?" "Yes, I am." "You're not lying to me." "Yes, it's me. There's no one else but me." So, the darkness in his heart finally came to light. The arrogant heart demon was instantly shattered. Xiahou Qing cried and laughed in an instant. It was such a loss of self-control, but it was so real. He touched the forehead of the person in his arms almost devoutly. "That's great, Xiaoshu. Thank you for not dying. Thank you." The second kiss was more natural. It was fiercer and gentler. Until all their strength was exhausted, until they tasted the blood in each other's mouths, their eyes were red and the tips of their ears were red. Only then did they reluctantly let go of each other. Ning Shu's whole body softened into a puddle of water. Only by leaning on his body did she not let herself slip. At this moment, the distance between them was so close that even her out-of-control heartbeat could be clearly heard by the other party. She was utterly defeated, but she gladly endured it. When her breathing gradually slowed down and her reason slowly came back, Ning Shu remembered that there was someone else. Her cheeks instantly turned red. She hurriedly got up from the other party, but because her legs were weak, she bumped into the other party's arms again. Her slender white neck just brushed against his lips, as if she had taken the initiative to deliver herself to him. Ning Shu froze in place in an instant. She was at a loss. She clearly felt that something was budding. Xiahou Qing's low groan drifted into her ears. His hand around her waist clenched extremely tightly, but in the end, he restrained himself and let go. The air was extremely hot. He said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid, Master Miao Hong has already left." She was stunned for a moment before she nodded and replied, "Yes." She secretly fanned herself with her hand to cool herself down so that she wouldn't look so pathetic. God knows, she almost couldn't stop herself from thinking. His low chuckle came from beside her ear. "Taking advantage of people's difficulties. Just like what you did when you barged into King Chu Zhang's palace." Ning Shu subconsciously widened her eyes. Her first reaction was to wonder if she had accidentally said what was on her mind. His second reaction was, "Do you remember what happened before reincarnation? Do you remember that you are King Chu Zhang?" Xiahou Qing said, "I can't say that I remember everything. It's just that when I was asleep, some fragments flashed before my eyes." "Ning Shu, what about your spells? Do you have a way to use them?" Xiahou Qing shook his head. "Since I've already turned into a mortal body, naturally there's no way. Otherwise, the order of the human world will be in chaos." Ning Shu nodded in understanding. "That's true. Since we've already fallen into reincarnation, we should deal with this life in front of us. The biggest trouble now is that you were framed to kill concubine Qi. If you don't clear your name as soon as possible and clear your name, the consequences will be unimaginable. There's not much time left. Tell me quickly, what happened that night?" Chapter 750. It was that night that he did not want to recall the most. Those dark, devoid of images, only blood and slaughter, only the scenes of blades and swords piercing through flesh and their auras severed before death rushed past his eyes. Xiahou Qing's voice grew heavy. "I did indeed kill him." Ning Shu looked at him in shock. How could it be? Because in her heart, Xiahou Qing was never a bloodthirsty person. Even if he fell into Chao Ho's trap and was too agitated, it was impossible for him to kill wantonly to vent his anger. That was not like him, Xiahou Qing. That night, Chao Ho turned the palace servants into killing puppets and sent them out in 5 groups to assassinate. It was dark and raining heavily. We couldn't determine the identity of these assassins at all. In order to protect ourselves, we had to kill them all. We didn't expect that the moment they agreed to stay in Weiyang Palace, they had already fallen into Chao Ho's trap. This move was extremely vicious. Ning Shu bit her nails subconsciously. What about concubine Qi? Xiahou Qing shook his head. "I don't remember. After I killed the person pretending to be you, I fell into chaos and couldn't remember what I did. When I woke up, it was yesterday." Ning Shu frowned. "Chao Ho poisoned you?" "I can't be sure. Since the banquet, the moment I stepped into Weiyang Palace, I took extra precautions. I didn't drink a drop of water, so it couldn't have been from my mouth." If it was poisonous gas, when Tianwen reminded me, I immediately held my breath and then took the antidote pill. I shouldn't have been poisoned. Ning Shu subconsciously started to examine his body. Then, have you been injured? Could it be that those assassins smeared poison on their swords? Xiahou Qing was shocked at first, and then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No, Jussi and the others protected me very well. Ning Shu suspiciously lifted his sleeve and touched his shoulder, as if to make sure that his belongings were intact. Xiahou Qing's ears were slightly red as he indulged her to do whatever she wanted. A light smile like spring water appeared on his lips. Ning Shu checked for a long time, almost reaching into his clothes to feel, but she did not find any fresh scars. Looking at his messy clothes, she blushed and hurriedly straightened his clothes. But when her hand was about to touch his chest, it was caught by his hand and gently kneaded in the palm of his hand. Every finger was rubbed, ambiguous and lingering, making Ning Shu's face burn. How did this guy suddenly become so good at it? It's simply annoying. She deliberately turned her head away and tried her best to ignore his little movements. She coughed and said, "There must be something mysterious about this case. Also, even if the person who impersonated me was 80% similar to me, there would still be one or two slight differences. But the four of you were there at the same time. Even if one or two of you made a mistake, the others should have noticed some clues." Jiu Si was a cautious and sharp person who would check everything 8 times before doing it. Why didn't he notice anything? That didn't make sense. Unless... Xiahou Qing finished her sentence, unless the four of us were all drugged at the same time without noticing. Right. That's the only possibility. But then, what could it be? What was it that was colorless and odorless that could deceive the four of you at the same time? The two of them sank into deep thought. Then, a light flashed through their minds. Rainwater. Could it be that there was a problem with the rainwater? Xiahou Qing nodded and said, "That should be it. The only thing that could make all of us let our guard down and touch the same thing could only be that rainwater. Although I was in the hall the whole time, I accidentally inhaled a mouthful of poisonous smoke. In order to save me, Heaven's Inquisition tore off his inner clothes and soaked them in rainwater to cover my mouth and nose. It seems that the poisonous smoke was just a diversion. The real killing move was the downpour. The rain fell from high up, so Empress Chao must have done something." Ning Shu sneered and said, "Such a scheme, it really took a lot of effort." Chapter 751. However, even though he had figured out the crux of the matter, it was still far too difficult to clear Xiahou Qing's name with this. They were like two fishes in a vast ocean. The terrifying storm twisted and spun, trapping them in the center. Looking around, there was no way to escape. Their backs were tightly intertwined. Even though they were so insignificant in this seemingly unbreakable disaster, they were still firm in their beliefs and would never compromise. Ning Shu had already come in for a long time. If she delayed any longer, she was afraid it would arouse suspicion. Their tightly intertwined fingers were reluctant to part. Xiahou Qing's lips landed a precious and heavy kiss on her forehead. Then he released her and urged her to leave. She bent her knees and bowed to him. She forced herself to turn around. "Take care, young master." "Xiao Shu," he called out to her. Ning Shu turned around. Her eyes were full of his reflection. Xiahou Qing whispered, "I believe you." He would not say anything. The capital city was dangerous. She had to leave here quickly to protect herself. Because he knew that even if he said anything, she would never listen. She was Ning Shu. Ning Shu was braver and more determined than most men in the world. Except for her, no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. She was the only one who could pull him away when he fell into thousands of confusion. Only she was Ning Shu. Hearing the meaning behind these 4 words, Ning Shu's eyes, which were as shiny as black mercury, curved. 2 shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks, and her smile was brighter than the light leaking through the window lattice. Then I'll keep believing it. Coming out of the pavilion, Master Miao Hong was already waiting there with a smile. Seeing her come out, he nodded and saluted. Ba. Ning Shu had doubled the salute. Thank you for taking the risk to help. Ning Shu is very grateful. Master Miao Hong waved his hand casually and said, well, Namping Mansion has been guarding Yunyan for generations. Young Master Xiaoho went to the frontier on behalf of his father at a young age to keep peace for the people. If I believed that he was a demon among the evil people, even Buddha would blame me for being blind. Moreover, almsgiver's master had once shown great kindness to this poor monk. How can this poor monk stand by and watch? Ning Shu asked curiously. Before my master passed away, he left me a handwritten record. It was written that if I encountered any trouble that I couldn't solve, I could come to you for help. As for the reason, my master didn't go into detail. Could I trouble you to tell me about the relationship between you and my master? Why haven't I heard of you or seen you in the past few years? Speaking of the past, the Mithraeus smile on Miao Hong's face gradually melted and turned into a sigh. He lowered his head and twirled the prayer beads in his hand, slowly bowing to the distant sky. Ba. Ba, I have avoided that matter for half of my life. I thought that I would never mention it to anyone again. But I did not expect that I could not escape from what I wanted to avoid. As the only beloved disciple of Master Hui Xi, you should have heard her talk about the incident when she just came down from the mountain more than 10 years ago. That incident made her suffer the consequences of her kindness. She was imprisoned and almost sentenced to death. In the end, she parted ways with the person she trusted most in her life and did not see him until she died. Ning Shu was shocked. You mean that master received a girl's help not long after she left the valley? She tried to uphold justice for her but fell into the trap and was framed. What is your relationship with that girl? Miao Hong avoided her sight and bowed his head in shame. Every wrinkle on his face was written with regret. I am her father. Ning Shu opened her eyes wide in astonishment. She did not expect that all the opportunities would be traced back to here. Master Miao Hong's voice was incomparably vicissitudes. Back then, before I shaved my head to become a monk and converted to Buddhism, I had married a girl. However, I respected Buddhism since I was a child. Marrying a wife and having children was never my wish to live a peaceful life of farming and happiness. Even after I got married according to my parents' order, I still could not get rid of that thought. So one night, I left a letter of divorce and quietly left the house and never returned. However, I did not know that my wife was pregnant with my child at that time. I did not know that in order to raise the child, she had suffered so much and even contracted a serious illness. Finally, the mother and daughter had to go on the wrong path. When I got the news and went back to my hometown to look for them, I found that a big mistake had been made. It was too late. I have practiced Buddhism for half of my life and thought that I could deliver all living beings from suffering. In fact, I am the source of the extreme evil. I am ashamed to face Buddha, to face my wife and daughter, and even to your master. Chapter 752. My cowardice once caused me to regret for half of my life. However, the mistake has been made and I am powerless to reverse it. Even if I kowtow to everyone in the world, how can I redeem the guilt in my heart? Benefactor Ning, I am destined to not make any progress in Buddhism in this life. I only hope that Benefactor can learn from me and never leave the word regret. Ba. It stinks. Hui Mo pinched his nose and looked at the pile of rotten corpses in front of him. His tears were about to come out because of the smell. He was glad that he didn't eat since noon, or he would definitely vomit. He had examined hundreds of corpses, if not 1,000. Needless to say, he was very experienced. However, the dozens of incomplete corpses in front of him, with their limbs, torsos, and heads piled together in a mess and quickly rotting after being exposed to the sun in the summer, could not be distinguished from each other. There were also countless flies and maggots lingering around them. The impact of this scene was too strong, and it was too overwhelming for him to bear. He turned around and said, "Lady Ning, why don't you have any reaction at all? Can't you smell it? Oh, I forgot that you are a godly person who can eat meat in front of corpses without hesitation." Ning Shu woke up from her trance. She accepted Hui Mo's compliments. She raised the fire in her hand and gave him a tragic smile. Hui Mo was so scared that he gave her goosebumps. She continued to walk closer to the corpse cave. There were no stars and no moon in the dark night. It was the best time to do some unknown things. Hui Mo couldn't use his bone-shrinking skill, but fortunately, he still had another skill, disguise. So, he and Yi disguised themselves as 2 night watchmen and sneaked into the mass grave to examine all the palace servants who died on the night of the Weiyang banquet. "Give me the tools." Putting the fire aside, she rolled up her sleeves and stretched out her hand. "What for? Do you want to separate these corpses one by one? They have been here for several days. It's too hot and the skin and flesh are rotten. It's not easy to separate them. And even if we separate them, I'm afraid it can't prove anything." Ning Shu shook her head. "I know it's useless. These people were killed by your crown prince and Jusi. This fact cannot be changed. However, everyone in the hall had been refined into puppets, and I didn't believe that I wouldn't be able to find any flaws. Instead of sitting here and waiting for death, I might as well go all out. As long as I could find even the slightest clue, I might be able to obtain an unexpected harvest. Anyway, time is limited. Huema, let's get started." She thought for a moment and said, "Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. If you can't take it anymore, remember to tell me. Don't force yourself. You're looking down on me too much. I'm a man. How can this little trouble me? What's more, you're also injured. We're the same. Don't look down on me." Hui Mo rolled up his sleeves and said energetically, "Come on. Whoever vomits first will have to kneel down and call me ancestor." 2 hours later. Hui Mo's face was pale. He bent 2 fingers and knelt down in front of Ning Shu. "Ancestor, I admit defeat." "Ugh." He flew to the corner and vomited. "Grandson, get up. You can rest aside. I'll finish these corpses soon." Ning Shu's forehead was full of sweat. She didn't have time to wipe it off. She concentrated on looking at the corpses all over the ground. When Hui Mo finished vomiting and came back, she was finally done. She straightened her aching waist and clapped her hands. "All right, let's begin. Let's see what method Chao Ho used to control so many people." Chapter 753. The 87 corpses were lined up one by one in front of them. All the clues were there, waiting for them to find out. The light of the fire was too weak to explore the details. They had to take the risk and put the candles around the corpses. The corpses were rotten and smelly. They couldn't bear to look at them. But now, they were the only clues they could see and touch. Hui Mo's eyes were still sharp. After checking the surface of more than 20 corpses, he suddenly had an idea. He said in surprise, "Necks. Look carefully at their necks. Isn't there a missing piece of flesh on the top of their necks? It's obvious that they were cut off by the same method." Ning Shu heard him and quickly checked the remaining corpses. She immediately said, "Check their internal organs." "No problem. Leave it to me." Finding some clues, Mo was full of motivation. He patted his chest and decisively took out a row of knives from his chest. He covered his mouth and nose and immediately made a cut on the rotten flesh. If one looked closely, they could even see white maggots rolling inside. "I'm sorry, everyone. Now, only you can help my Shitzi to clear his name. When everything is over, I will definitely bury you and burn more paper money. Please forgive me." When he dissected the 10th corpse, Mo raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat. He slumped on the ground and said, "The answer is very clear. After a person dies, the first parts to rot are the eyes, then the lungs, intestines, and stomach. Finally, the liver, spleen, kidneys, and heart are left. But look at them. Needless to say, the lungs are rotten, but the other organs are rotten as fast as the lungs. Some of them are even rotten faster than the lungs. For example, the hearts and livers of these people are black. If it's only the hot weather that causes the internal organs to rot, it's impossible." Ning Shu leaned over and carefully looked at the dissected organs. Her face was more dignified than the dark night. She straightened up and looked around at all the corpses. "Plum Blossom Kiss, all of them are Plum Blossom Kiss. Chow Ho actually used the Plum Blossom Kiss on all of them. She's completely crazy. She used the Plum Blossom Kiss to control everyone in the Weiyang Palace and made them obey her. No, according to what Xiahou Qing said, those people were not only obedient, but most importantly, they seemed to have lost all their human senses. They had no thoughts and no sense of pain, but their lethality was doubled. They were the best killing puppets. She must have done something else." Ning Shu didn't care about anything else. She knelt on one knee and continued to search the corpses. Finally, under the faint candlelight, she found silver needles in the hair of the corpses. Yes. It was these silver needles. He sealed their most important acupuncture points so that they wouldn't feel any pain. Instead, they would become bloodthirsty. Frightening. It was so frightening that it sent chills down one's spine. In the end, what were these people in her eyes? They were not human beings at all. They were just puppets and playthings that she controlled. Maybe they were not even comparable to the hairpin on her head that was decorated with gold and jade. Ning Shu was so angry that her hands were trembling. She took out a handkerchief and carefully wrapped the specially made silver needles into the handkerchief and put them away. On the other side, Huema made a new discovery. He was holding a wriggling thing in his hand. He stood up in surprise and shouted, "Aw! Look what I found. A living worm. It's not a maggot. It's a black and fat little thing. It's in this person's liver." Before he could finish his words, a streak of fiery light suddenly shot towards them like a meteor, carrying a murderous aura. Chapter 754. Protect this plum blossom goo. However, he was still a step too late. Before Ning Shu's anxious voice faded away, a stray arrow had already crossed the night sky and shot straight at his face. Mo was shocked and subconsciously let go of his hand and dodged sideways. When he stretched out his hand to grab it, a large number of arrows had arrived and formed an inescapable net. "Who are you? Why are you sneaking around?" It was young Chengwei, who was wearing a brocade robe. "Are you Nanping King's people? If you don't speak, kill." The two did not answer and extinguished all the candles in the shortest time possible, retreating and hiding in the corpse mountain. The situation was urgent. If they did not retreat, they would die. Ning Shu gritted her teeth and said, "Go." Mo was unwilling to give up. "Wait, I want that plum blossom goo." However, they did not expect the other party to be so ruthless. A large string of fire arrows dripped with oil and quickly ignited the mountain of corpses. Then, buckets of oil quickly soaked the ground like water, as if they were preparing to burn them and the mountain of corpses to ashes. In the fire, Mo saw that the goo worm that was still squirming was burned to death by the fire and curled up into a black ash. Ning Shu felt like her heart was being pierced by a knife, but she had no choice but to drag him away. It's all my fault. Why am I so useless? He had clearly caught that goo worm, but he still lost it. What's the use of me being alive? I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Mo squatted on a rock, holding his head in regret and slapping himself on the head, wishing he could beat himself to death to atone for his sins. Everyone knew the importance of that plum blossom goo. They had pursued it for many years, sniffing out its scent like a dog searching for its scent. They had missed so many cases along the way, not letting go of even the slightest trace. This was the first time they had captured a live goo worm. It was very likely to be the most powerful evidence to expose Empress Chao's true colors and reverse the verdict for his heir. But now, he had lost it in his hands. How could he not blame himself and feel guilty? He was so vexed that he wanted to die. Ning Shu patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't blame yourself. You can only blame these people for having such sharp noses. I'm afraid their eyes have never left this place. It's not your fault." And Ning Shu's eyes suddenly blinked playfully, and she took out a small box from her bosom. "Look, what's this?" When the box is opened, Mo's eyes light up and he jumps up in surprise. What is this?" "Another plum blossom goo. Wasn't that one already dead? Where did you find it?" Ning Shu took off her sweaty headgear and removed her disguise. She closed the box and put it together with the silver needle she had found before. She smiled and said, "This is all thanks to the Empress." This time, she sacrificed so many of her trusted subordinates. The probability of the goo worms surviving among the 80 people was naturally much higher. I happened to see the second one in the fire. Now, don't cry. With the evidence in hand, let's go back quickly. The Empress has already noticed our actions. Next, they will definitely send more people to kill us. Let's not delay and run away. Mo was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. He looked at them as if they were treasures and nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes, you must not let the Empress catch you and expose that you are still alive. You are now the young prince's life-saving straw." Mo couldn't wait to kneel down in front of her. He protected Ning Shu by his side like protecting a treasure. He looked solemn and vigilant of the surroundings. It seemed that he was ready to die for her at any time. Ning Shu shook her head and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But when he didn't notice, she lowered her eyes and looked at the small box. Her smile gradually disappeared and turned into a complicated silent sigh. She seemed to have made a decision. Then she put away the box and raised her eyes, looking straight ahead with more determination. "If there is no way out in front, then I will use my own 2 paths to dig out a way out. So what?" Chapter 755. Inside the small box made of white sandalwood, there was a black fat worm rolling around and arching its head. It seemed to be extremely weak and was about to die. When Mo curiously put his finger into the box to touch it, the worm quickly jumped up and bit his fingertip. Ning Shu made a prompt decision and threw a piece of freshly cut pork into the box. Xiao Zhangping was shocked and pulled Mo to the back. Oh! Mo was also scared and covered in cold sweat. He tightly held his finger that was almost bitten by the worm and stared with fear at the little devil-like worm happily rolling and eating the raw meat in the box. The worm, which had been hungry for a few days, quickly swelled after absorbing the fresh meat. In a very short time, the raw meat shrank visibly. Xiao Zhangping's face turned blue. She clenched her fist and hit Hui Mo heavily. Do you want to die? Your life was saved by this princess who stayed by your bed day and night. If you dare to do this again, I will beat you to death. Hui Mo smiled. Yes, 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 you are right. I was too reckless. Princess, please don't argue with me. I swear, I won't do it again, okay? If I do it again, you can punish me. Xiao Zhangping rolled her eyes. Who cares about punishing you, humph? Hui Mo laughed and looked at the worm again. He saw that the worm raised its head happily after eating and stopped eating. Its body gradually turned red and became transparent. Finally, it mixed with the flesh and blood, and it was difficult to distinguish. He was disgusted by this scene and almost vomited. What the hell is this? It doesn't eat the raw meat and eats it so fast. No wonder the internal organs of the worm were eaten so badly. Then he thought about how his Shitzi also had such a thing inside his body. After being tortured for 10 years, he wondered if his invisible internal organs were also riddled with holes. His heart was choked up and he felt extremely sad. Knowing that now was not the time to think about this, he shook his head and sighed. No wonder we couldn't find out who was continuously poisoning the air even after investigating for so long. It turns out that we were going in the wrong direction from the beginning. By the way, Lady Ning, the mystery of the palace servants has been solved, but the death of concubine Qi is still a huge mystery. We don't even know how she died. Her body was strictly guarded in the Ji and Institute by Empress Chao. It is not a mass grave. It is too difficult to sneak in. Xiao Zhangping volunteered. Why don't I try it first? You go with me as my entourage. I am a princess, the daughter of the royal family. Those people have to give me some face. Ning Shu nodded. Then, thank you, Your Highness. Xiao Zhangping seriously, the prince is to my master's son. I hope that he can come back safely. And I believe that he is innocent. In the past, he was the hero of the whole Great Yu. How can we let an innocent hero be wronged for no reason? Looking at this immature and cute little princess, Ning Shu curled her lips and bent her knees to sincerely express her gratitude. The Crown Prince and I will forever remember Your Highness' help. Without delay, they quickly changed their clothes and entered the palace. However, they were stopped before they even touched the door of the Ji and Institute. Xiao Zhangping tried her best to persuade the guards, but the guards didn't buy it at all. They even almost exposed the identity of Ning Shu and Hui Mo. They could only go back the way they came. Xiao Zhangping drooped her head and laughed at herself. I thought I was a princess. I didn't expect that I am nothing in the eyes of others. Sorry, I can't help you. Ning Shu rubbed her depressed head and said, We all know that Your Highness has tried your best. Don't blame yourself. At this time, you are willing to stand with us, which is the biggest help. Xiao Zhangping said, but now, there is no witness, no material evidence. We can't even see the body of imperial concubine Qi. This case can't be investigated. Next to her, Hui Mo was also depressed. Ning Shu raised her head to look at the vast expanse of dark clouds that covered the entire sky. They were so thick, as if they would never let the world see a trace of light again. Under the sky, they were as small as ants. It seemed that they would be crushed by a light step. Ning Shu took a deep breath. Maybe, there is one person who can help us. Zhangping and Hui Mo said at the same time, Who? Chapter 756. In the full moon temple on the outskirts of the city, Ning Shu was dressed like a small eunuch as she stood in front of a person. She bowed respectfully to the other party. This official's daughter, Ning Shu, greets your highness Joey. That person raised an eyebrow and looked at Ning Shu with interest. Are you really Ning Shu? Raise your head and let me take a look. Sitting in front of her was none other than Xiao Yunyi's birth mother, the soft and cowardly person in everyone's heart, Yin Zhaoyi. Her face was slightly pale and her thin and weak body seemed to have lost some weight in recent days, as if she was suffering from some kind of torture. That pair of eyes that were always timid and did not dare to look directly at everyone seemed darker and deeper because of this, as if after many years of disguise, her bottomless core was finally revealed. The black only appeared for a brief moment before it returned to its original warm and soft cotton that anyone could step on. However, it was enough to give Xiao Zhangping a huge fright. Looking at Xiao Zhangping's pale face, Yin Zhaoyi looked at her worriedly. What's wrong with Zhangping? Why are your hands and feet trembling? Are you afraid of something? Behind her, the old woman with a face full of scars called Shu Shui stood quietly, her expression as cold as the Rakshasa depicted in the Buddha cave. The master and servant, one hot and one cold, one kind and one evil, stood together with completely different appearances, but they were so frightening. Suddenly, Xiao Zhangping seemed to see a second Empress Chao. As for which one was more frightening, she could not tell and did not have the courage to tell. Because of the fear, her throat was tight and she quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at them. She said in a panic, "No, I'm not afraid. It's just that the weather is a bit hot and I didn't pay attention to the sun on the way here." Yin Zhaoyi walked over with a sigh and held Zhangping's cold hand. She tidied up a few strands of hair by her cheek and scolded gently as if she was her own daughter. "Why don't you take care of yourself? You're a noble girl, the most beloved little princess of Du. What if you're sunburned? My heart will ache. You can't be so reckless in the future." The more she acted like this, the more Xiao Zhangping trembled. Xiao Zhangping seemed to have discovered a terrifying secret overnight. Squeezing out all the strength in his body, Xiao Zhangping forced himself to smile and reply, "Yes, Zhaoyi Nyang Nyang. Zhangping will remember." Yin Zhaoyi smiled and patted the back of her hand. "Good girl." After dealing with Xiao Zhangping, Yin Zhaoyi unhurriedly turned her head to look at Ning Shu, who had removed her disguise and revealed her true appearance. The familiar face, the familiar facial features, and the familiar firm gaze that belonged solely to Ning Shu. Yin Zhaoyi smiled faintly. Her eyes curved, and her gaze was extremely cold. She said gently, "Ah, Ning Shu, you really won't die so easily." "That's true. If you were to die so easily at the hands of the Empress, it would be a pity." She put down Xiao Zhangping, who had been frightened to the point of trembling, and slowly sat down with Shu Shui's support. She took out a handkerchief and wiped the non-existent sweat on her forehead. She continued slowly, "Speak. You took such a big risk to invite me to see you. What is your purpose?" Ning Shu tied her long hair, which had fallen to her shoulders after removing her disguise, behind her back. She raised her face, which had no makeup on, but was more dazzling than any pearl. Neither servile nor overbearing, she said, "This subject's daughter specially invited Zhaoyi Nyang Nyang here today because I have a presumptuous request. Please use me, Nyang Nyang." Chapter 757. Asking Ben Gong to use you. Towards Ning Shu's unexpected words, Yin Zhaoyi thought she had misheard. She pinched her handkerchief to cover her mouth as she laughed. "Could it be that you didn't want to use Ben Gong to help you fight against the Empress and make her your enemy? Child, you really are eloquent. Your little mouth is full of flowery words. No wonder you were able to bewitch Yi. Ning Shu replied with a warm smile, "My son resembles his mother and did not deceive me. His Highness the Sixth Prince's plans are flawless, and Zhao Yi Nyang Nyang is even more perceptive than others." Ning Shu's little tricks that cannot be brought to the table cannot deceive Nyang 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 Nyang. However, Ning Shu still vaguely remembered that when I was young, father told me a simple principle: whether a transaction is worth it or not depends on whether you can benefit from it at the end. To become a successful merchant, it doesn't depend on how much hard work you put in, but on how to use the lowest cost to obtain the greatest benefits. For example, on this matter, my daughter really does want to borrow Jiaoyi Nyang Nyang's east wind. My only request is to save one person from disaster, and from then on stay away from the court. And to Nyang Nyang, my daughter is like a needle. It seems insignificant, but if used properly, it may be able to become a sharp weapon that can pierce through the bowl. If both sides can get what they want, then it's not about who is using who, but a win-win situation. What does Nyang Nyang think? Moreover, compared to Jiaoyi Nyang Nyang's long-cherished wish of enduring hardships for so many years, this one person in my heart is truly insignificant. Who is the biggest winner in the end? Someone as intelligent as Jiaoyi Nyang Nyang should know 10 times better than my daughter. Hearing her unhurried and bewitching narration, Yin Jiaoyi narrowed her eyes. Xu Shui, who was standing behind her, loyally took a step closer to her, her hand touching her back. Yin Jiaoyi waved her hand, indicating that she understood. Then she raised her eyes to examine Ning Shu, smiling slightly. Child, long-cherished wish? Tell me, what is Ben Gong's long-cherished wish? Xiao Zhangping, who was standing at the side, felt his heart being squeezed. He was so nervous that he forgot to breathe. She didn't know how to describe the current atmosphere. Everyone was smiling and talking in low voices as if they were talking about daily life. However, in a place that couldn't be seen, it was as if there was a transparent poisonous snake slithering around them. Then, it became tighter and tighter, tighter and tighter, as if it was ready to bind them and crush them at any time. Even Hui Mo, who had his hands on his sword, couldn't help but tremble. This Jiaoyi Nyang Nyang had an aura and scheming mind that did not lose out to the Empress. She had hidden it for many years, and now that she had revealed it, it was even more frightening. Under such an extremely oppressive gaze, Ning Shu still maintained her unmoving as a mountain. On the contrary, she appeared even more composed. Imperial concubine endured humiliation in the palace for 20 years and didn't even hesitate to ruthlessly chase away her biological son, His Highness the Sixth Prince. Each of these decisions contained a determination that no one else could imagine. Chen Nu boldly speculates that imperial concubine's desire was not only for the safety of mother and child. Imperial concubine also wanted the position of master of the inner palace, the position of dragon throne, the authority that the ants under the sky could not imagine, and even more things that Chen Nu could not pry into. Only these things were worthy of imperial concubine's years of humiliation. Xiao Zhangping was scared silly by her audacity and couldn't stop her even if she wanted to. Ning Shu had already said everything. She knew that Ning Shu was prepared to throw caution to the wind. But, as she had barely managed to keep her life. Did she not want it anymore? Yin Jiaoyi lightly shook her head and sighed. You child, Ben Gong originally thought that you were smart. I didn't expect that for a man. You would even disregard yourself. You really have lost your head. After sighing, she reached out her hand and stood up with the help of Xu Shui. Very few people in the palace knew that this Yin Jiaoyi, who had always bowed and bent her knees, was taller than most women in the world when she straightened her waist. She looked down at Ning Shu, her eyes full of pity. Today, you asked Ben Gong to help you deal with the Empress. Then, have you ever thought, what if Ben Gong also wanted to see you die? Chapter 758. Just like that, a knife quietly revealed its sharp edge. The cold light was faintly discernible, with a faint smile. Hui Mo's heart jumped to his throat, protecting Ning Shu and Chongping behind him. He even began to plot how to use his useless broken bones to fight for a way out. Ning Shu patted his tense shoulders, looking at Yin Zhaoyi with a faint smile. Don't be afraid, Zhou Nyang doesn't want my life yet. How can you be so sure that I won't kill you now? Yin Zhaoyi raised her eyes, showing a strong interest. After all, you relied on your enormous courage to play the game of faking your death. Such a good opportunity to use against you is now in my hands. This is a rare opportunity. If I miss it, I'm afraid it will be difficult to wait until the next time. Ning Shu said, because my daughter's fake death was facilitated by His Highness the Sixth Prince. If this case is exposed, His Highness the Sixth Prince will be implicated by my daughter. Zhou Nyang can't bear it. Yin Zhaoyi said, I don't think so. For Yi's safety, shouldn't I kill you as soon as possible to prevent future trouble? Ning Shu smiled, shaking her head. Is it really to prevent future trouble? Since His Highness the Sixth Prince was willing to risk being severely punished by the Empress to save my daughter, what do you think His Highness the Sixth Prince will think if she dies easily in the hands of Zhou Nyang? Because of your painstaking efforts, His Highness the Sixth Prince has misunderstood you for many years, causing a gap between mother and son for 10 years. Is your Nyang really willing to use Ning Shu to cause your relationship to become even more estranged, to fall to the bottom and be difficult to repair? That's really not worth the loss. This is the first reason. The second reason. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, the sandpiper and the clam fight and the fisherman benefits, these kinds of stories that even young children are familiar with, your Nyang must have mastered and understood the meaning. To your Highness, this humble daughter, the heir, and the Empress are like a mantis and a cicada, a snipe and a clam in your eyes. Rather than adding to the burden of fighting one against two, why not use this humble daughter and the Empress to fight first? No matter who wins or loses, it will be greatly beneficial to your Highness. If my daughter is lucky enough to defeat the Empress, the peony will wither, and you will be the rightful female lead of the harem. Wouldn't it be easier for you to stand under the ninth heaven and trample my daughter to death? If my daughter loses, I will borrow the Empress's hand to chop off my daughter's head. Even if His Highness the Sixth Prince finds out, it will have nothing to do with you. Of course, it would be even better if both of us suffered heavy losses. It would be even better if we could reap the benefits without shedding any blood. A knife offered itself to you, begging you to use it, and a lackey begged to hunt the rabbit for you. Nyang, could it be that you want to waste it? Ning Shu can die, but if her death is of great benefit to you, then it will be a worthy death. Nyang, this little girl believes that you are the best businesswoman in the world. Why not reconsider? The people playing chess were neither fast nor slow. You go back and forth, each of them playing a black and white game. Ning Shu and Yin Zhaoyi looked at each other. They seemed to have similar soft and calm eyes, but they were engaged in the most silent and austere game. Until Shu Shui, with the most terrifying face in the world, drew a dagger and poison from the bottom of her sleeve. A drop of sweat slid down from Hui Mo's forehead and hit the ground, forming a shape called breaking the cauldrons and sinking the boats. Xiao Zhangping's face was pale and his neck was trembling. The knife finally showed its body, ready to start the fatal licking kiss. The sword in Hui Mo's hand was kicked away almost instantaneously. His whole body was broken and pierced with countless holes. He was no match for Viper. When Viper's foot kicked his heart, Xiao Zhangping rushed out and blocked in front of him with his back. Yin Zhaoyi, who had been silent, slowly stretched out her hand. Wait. If you want to ask a tiger for its skin, you have to be able to withstand the tiger's fangs. The voice of waiting finally sounded. Ning Shu's tightly clenched fingers finally slowly relaxed. Her palms were sweaty. Yin Zhaoyi smiled and said, Ning Shu, although your nonsense is bewitching, it is still somewhat interesting. Since you took the initiative to send this knife to me, if I don't use it, it will seem that I am cruel. How about this? I will do as you wish this time. I can help you arrange what you want. Just wait. Shu Shui, it has been a long time. If you delay any longer, I am afraid that woman will be suspicious. Help me back. She put on her veiled hat, bent her thin and weak back, then lifted her steps and turned back into the willow tree that would fall when the wind blew. But the moment she brushed past Ning Shu, she turned her eyes to look at her with a smile and said, "Little girl, you have to live a little longer. It's best if you live long enough for me to personally come and kill you. Don't disappoint me." Chapter 759. When Yin Zhaoyi's weak figure left the nunnery with a light cough, Changping's tight heartstrings finally broke. She collapsed on the ground and tears unconsciously flowed down. Hui Mo was very distressed and hurried to coax her. "Why are you crying? Aren't we safe and sound? Don't cry, don't cry. My heart is going to die." He reached out to wipe her tears and said softly, "You are so scared. Why did you block for me just now? Are you stupid?" Xiao Zhangping raised her eyebrows and punched him. "You dare to say that I am stupid? You, a little guard, dare to offend the princess? I will give you a death sentence." Hui Mo happily took the punch and continued to ask in a low voice, "Then I dare to ask, princess, why did you do that?" This sentence was like a green foxtail that scratched Xiao Zhangping's heart. Her snow-white neck and face exploded and became red like a pomegranate. I. Why do you care? I am happy. I am a princess, I can do whatever I want. If you dare to ask again, I will kill you." One after another, her fists hit Hui Mo's body like raindrops. Hui Mo's whole body was numb and beautiful. He only felt that it was worth it to die now. He laughed and said, I don't dare, I swear I won't ask again." "Princess, please don't be angry." Xiao Zhangping was even more angry. "Then why are you laughing? Don't laugh anymore." By the time the two of them were done with their bickering, the tense atmosphere in the room finally dissipated. Xiao Zhangping stopped his fists and knelt on the ground. He lowered his head and said, "I never knew she was like this. In the palace, not many people liked me and not many people looked up to me. I only thought that third brother was a good person and was kind to everyone. Seventh brother liked to play the most. When he saw me, he often bickered with me and gave me one or two small things. Eighth brother was the most honest brother. He liked to read all day long and didn't care about the outside world. As for sixth older brother, although he has a mother, it's the same as not having one. He's working under the Empress. He looks glorious in front of others, but I don't think he's happy in private. But I also thought that his mother probably had her own difficulties. Otherwise, how could a mother have the heart to give her own child to someone else? Just like my mother, she was still thinking about how to protect me even when she was about to die. In fact, I saw her hiding in a corner more than once, looking at sixth brother from afar, and then silently wiping her tears with a handkerchief. Looking at her, I couldn't help but walk over and pull her hand, telling her not to cry. She didn't expect me to walk over. Surprised, she grabbed me too. At that time, I really felt that she wasn't a bad person. Only today did I realize how foolish and naive I was. I'm really lucky to be able to survive in the palace for so many years. She laughed at herself and looked up at Ning Shu, her eyes full of worry. Ning Shu, since you've already seen her true face, do you still want to continue dealing with her? Her killing intent towards you is so strong that she doesn't even bother to hide it. If the Empress doesn't die, you'll be in trouble. If the Empress dies, you'll be next. Asking a tiger for its skin will only result in your body being crushed. If in the end, not only do you not save the heir, but you also die, then the gains don't make up for the losses. Do you really want to walk this path to the end? Ning Shu reached out and helped her up from the ground. She gently tidied up her messy hair and said with a smile, "What do you mean by the gains don't make up for the losses? If I can successfully save him, exchanging my life for his isn't a loss. If I'm lacking in skill and unfortunately fail, then it doesn't matter if it's dark or not if there's someone walking the same path with you, shoulder to shoulder and hand to hand. Life in this world is to live in the face of death. For him, I'll gladly endure it." Chapter 760. The Jian residence was located 2 to 3 li outside the palace walls. It was the resting place for the concubines of the imperial harem. As a result, it was filled with a gloomy and cold air all year round. When you walked in, you would subconsciously hold your breath for fear of inhaling a large mouthful of the stench of rotting flesh. Ordinary people would take a detour of 3 streets rather than walk nearby. However, because of Consort Chi's tragic death, the place was unusually lively. The main and side entrances were all blocked. Even a fly that tried to approach would be interrogated 3 times. The summer heat had passed. After the 7th day of the 7th month, the weather had unknowingly cooled down. The beginning of autumn had quietly arrived, and this slight chill was especially noticeable in the middle of the night outside the Jian residence. Ning Shu wore a dusty eunuch's robe and waited outside the walls for most of the night. It wasn't until the thin autumn dew quietly wet her clothes that the rusty corner door, which had been abandoned for many years, finally opened with a grating sound. A gray-haired old eunuch walked out. His back was hunched, and every step he took was unsteady. His drooping eyelids were lifted, and his eyes were yellow, but they were sharp. He walked slowly to the corner of the wall and looked at Ning Shu from head to toe. Without saying anything, he turned around and walked back through the crack in the door. Ning Shu couldn't see what he meant. After thinking for a moment, she raised her feet and followed his wobbly steps. Another grating sound was heard, and the door closed. Ning Shu followed him slowly, making many turns and passing through many narrow paths until they arrived at an abandoned hut. Standing in front of a mottled wall, the old man trembled as he bent down and squatted on the ground. He stretched out his skinny hand and patted the floor tiles. The tiles moved away, revealing a small path that led underground. The old man finally opened his mouth. His voice was muffled and full of grit, as if he hadn't spoken for decades. "Go in. Follow the stone steps to the bottom. Walk forward for another 20 zhang and you'll find it. Don't go the wrong way. If you go the wrong way, you'll never be able to leave this place." In the end, his shoulders shook twice with a faint smile. "Just like me." Ning Shu could roughly guess what he meant by never leaving here. She was not angry. She cupped her hands and bowed to the old man politely to thank him. She pulled the hem of her robe and fearlessly entered the tunnel. The tunnel was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Ning Shu walked slowly in the tunnel with the dim light of the torch. The tunnel was unexpectedly messy. She did not know where the stone paths came from, but they intersected here and rushed to secret places. It seemed that they had existed for many years. Suppressing the curiosity in her heart, Ning Shu followed the old man's instructions and walked forward for another 20 zhang. Sure enough, she saw the stone steps going up. She blew out the torch and climbed up the stone steps step by step. She reached out and touched the wooden plank above her head. 1, 2, 3. She twisted the mechanism the old man had told her 3 times. The wooden plank opened, and there was another wooden plank above her. However, it was heavier and thicker than the previous one. Ning Shu used a lot of strength until the wounds on her body that had not yet healed burst open again. She was soaked in sweat. Then, the wooden plank slowly moved away. When she finally crawled out of the narrow and cramped place, she looked back and suddenly shivered. It was actually a coffin. Using the weak moonlight that came in through the window lattice, she looked around and saw the thick coffin in the middle of the room. The smell of tung oil was very strong. It was obviously freshly painted. There was a circle of extinguished white wax around the coffin. There was also a funeral table set up above. The standard was extremely high. Even the incense burner was made of pure gold. However, the incense burner was empty. Not a single incense had been lit. She did not need to guess to know that inside the coffin was the imperial concubine Qi that she had spent so much effort to see. Looking at the coffin, Ning Shu let out a long sigh. Chapter 761. Ning Shu wiped the sweat from her forehead and sincerely greeted the person in the coffin. "Forgive me for offending you, Imperial Concubine Qi." "Imperial Concubine Qi is magnanimous, surely you won't stoop to my level and fuss over minor matters." Then, she carefully listened and waited. As expected, she didn't hear any response from Imperial Concubine Qi. Thus, she began to work with a clear conscience. After a person died, they wouldn't look good. Even if this person was once the most beautiful and alluring imperial concubine Qi, when she closed her eyes that couldn't be opened again, she couldn't escape the unchanging rule of time. It was only because of her status as an imperial concubine that her corpse was smeared with fragrant oil and herbs that she was able to decay slower than ordinary people. However, even so, it was nothing more than a gorgeous, defeated, self-deceiving, dead flesh that emitted a faint stench from the fragrance. In essence, it was no different from a wild dog that died in a smelly ditch in the suburbs. A person's death was like an extinguished lamp. Ning Shu pushed open the coffin lid with difficulty and looked at Imperial Concubine Qi, who was wrapped in a gorgeous robe and didn't seem to have any injuries. She silently said, "Forgive me." Wearing a pair of transparent gloves made from pig urine, she carefully undid the resplendent robe of the person in the coffin. 2 hours later, a huge drop of sweat fell to the ground. Ning Shu withdrew her hand and closed her eyes. She held her breath for a short while and exhaled a long breath. Sure enough, it was as she had guessed. This case was the easiest to investigate in the world, but also the most difficult to solve, because it had already jumped out of its own body. It brought a bug, a corpse, and a flower through the long river that had been flowing for 25 years, trying to uncover the great secret that was hidden at the bottom of the river. It was related to 3 generations of people. And all she relied on was her mouth. To confront the world was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. As difficult as ascending to the heavens, but she still had to give it a try. Unknowingly, Tian Fang had already shown the dawn of a fish belly and was urging her to leave quickly. Ning Shu came back to her senses and quickly restored her vision to its original state. She prepared to turn and leave. Suddenly, a series of muffled sounds tore open a hole in the deathly silence and approached with murderous intent. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of the scabbard rubbing against the copper buckle bag could be heard. Ning Shu's heart trembled. She subconsciously hid in the tunnel, but it was too late. It was too late. When the door was pushed open angrily, Ning Shu closed her eyes tightly. The person who came was dressed in a set of bronze armor and a scarlet cloak. Even in the dim light of dawn, it was enough to hurt people's eyes. His eyes were cold, just like the armor he wore, and there was a bloodthirsty mockery in them. After looking around the room, he smiled. Oh no, it was Xiao Yuni. Ning Shu's heart was clenched tightly by an invisible hand, and it was about to explode at any time. She still remembered a few days ago when she broke free from his grasp and he left in a huff. His cold words were, "Scram, Ning Shu. Don't ever appear in front of me again. Otherwise, I'll take your life." Now that their friendship had been completely severed, she believed that he could do it. Because if she lived, he would suffer. The tall and thin young prince, who had unknowingly cultivated the unique temperament of a tyrant, signaled to the guard behind him with an indifferent look, and the door behind him slammed shut. He lifted his heels and patrolled the old morning hall step by step. He said, "Ning Shu, you're here, aren't you? I received a report from my subordinates that someone barged into the mass grave and messed up the pile of corpses. I guessed it must be you. You can't wait to investigate the case and clear your sweetheart's name. Ha, you're really affectionate. Shu, stop hiding. You're already 16 and you're still playing hide and seek with me like when we were young. Stop fooling around and come out. Be good." Chapter 762. The word "good" rang softly in this morning hall that was filled with death. It was so gentle that it made one's hair stand on end. Ning Shu pursed her lips tightly, not letting herself make a sound. Under the cold golden crown, Xiao Yunyi's thin features were expressionless. "Since you're not willing to come out, I'll just have to look for you myself. But after I find you, don't blame me for being ruthless. Where should I start looking? Why don't we look here first?" He pulled out the sword at his waist. The sharp tip of the sword drew an ear-piercing sound on the ground, as if it was cutting at the tip of a person's heart. Ning Shu closed her eyes tightly, her heart in her throat. She heard him lift up the table and chair covered in white cloth in the morning hall and smash it to the ground with a swing of his sword. Boom! Xiao Yunyi seemed to be very regretful. "No. Then I'll look for them one by one." Wherever the tip of his sword went, the spirit flags, white curtains, and fake people made of white paper all turned into a mess. When all the dead things in the morning hall were destroyed, his gaze slowly landed on the 9 coffins placed in the morning hall. He shook his head and sighed. "Shu, how many times have I told you before? You can't go near such ominous places like coffins. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Why don't you listen? You're not good, so you should be punished." As he spoke, he kicked open the coffins one by one. When he saw that they were empty, he was not in a hurry and continued to kick open the next coffin coldly, until the last one. The common people were used to calling dawn and dusk the time of the devil. It was said that it was because when the sun was about to rise and the sun was about to set, the half-bright and half-dark light was the easiest to arouse the darkest side of one's heart. Humans and ghosts walked together in heaven and earth. Just like now. Xiao Yunyi stood slowly in front of Consort Qi's coffin. Looking down under the bright and dark lights, the expressionless man finally lifted the corners of his lips. "Ah, it's here." He smiled. Ning Shu, who was stretched into a net in the dark, closed her eyes tightly and even stopped breathing. "If you were willing to listen to me and hide behind me obediently until the dust settled, I would have been able to ensure your safety. But things didn't go as planned. You just had to break free from my wings. If you had hidden it well, to the point where no one could find it, I could have turned a blind eye to it. However, you once again broke my patience and took the initiative to walk into the sunlight and do whatever you want. Rather than being discovered by Imperial Mother, both of us will die a horrible death. Why don't I end you with my own hands?" In the darkness, he silently stared at the coffin for a long time. In that ferocious smile, he could faintly see the glint of tears in his eyes. As he slowly raised his sword, he questioned, "Shu, why did you force me to do this?" Then, the tip of his sword rose up. The instant the water fell to the ground, he closed his eyes. The sword that could cut through metal like mud pierced through the coffin, inch by inch, until it completely penetrated the coffin. There was no blood. Then, he stabbed again, but there was still no blood. Xiao Yunyi furrowed his eyebrows and was thinking about what was going on when a black figure flashed past outside the house. Young Chengwei pulled out his sword and shouted. Your Highness, there are assassins. Xiao Yunyi's expression turned cold and he immediately pulled out his sword, turned around and broke out of the door. Who is it? Chase. When young Chengwei left in a grandiose manner, the morning hall regained its calm. In the silent darkness, a muffled groan broke the dead silence. Above the broken spirit banner, Ning Shu, who had stretched out her limbs and clung tightly to the dark wooden beam, waited for a long time before she finally exhaled and slowly jumped down from the beam. Hiss. She clutched her shoulder in pain. Just now, when Xiao Yunyan's sword had casually swung around the black spirit banner, the overly sharp sword energy had left a long cut on her shoulder. Fortunately, the eunuch robe was thick enough and the spirit banner was black enough. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xiao Yunyi was really going to kill her now. I'm sorry, Consort Qi. I've brought you another unexpected disaster. Now was not the time to feel wronged. She couldn't care too much and greeted Consort Qi's coffin, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Before Xiao Yunyi returned, she immediately returned to the secret passage. Chapter 763. After returning to the original place, Ning Shu waited for a while before the old man slowly appeared. His back was still bent, but his spirit was clearly worse than before. The hand holding the horsetail whisk was slightly trembling, as if he had just experienced something. Ning Shu was smart, so she quickly understood. Thank you, teacher, for saving my life. The old man raised his eyelids and looked at her with disdain. He picked up a dusty stool and sat down. Don't waste your time trying to get close to me. It's useless. I only helped you tonight because of my old master. Now that you've seen the corpse and you've broken through the place, hurry up and leave. Don't be an eyesore to me. Ning Shu's heart skipped a beat when she keenly caught a key word. She tried to sound him out in her heart, but in the end, she vaguely said, Dare I ask, when did teacher enter the palace? I'm afraid you've worked hard in the palace for decades. This place is not a place for rest. In order to repay teacher for saving me today, I'm willing to serve teacher until death. The old man was very sharp and seemed to have guessed Ning Shu's plan. He sneered and looked at her. What are you trying to find out in a roundabout way? Playing these little tricks in front of me. If you don't leave now, I won't be able to guarantee your safety. The old man waved his horsetail whisk and got up to see her out. Ning Shu was rebuffed and could only resentfully follow him to leave through the corner gate. When she stepped out of the corner gate, Ning Shu thought about it and decided to thank the old man again. No matter what the reason is, teacher really helped me today. You really saved me. Ning Shu will remember it forever. She bowed deeply to his back and respectfully gave him a big bow. Just as the corner gate was about to close and Ning Shu was about to leave, the old man inside suddenly stopped. He peeked out an eye from the crack of the door and said in a deep voice, Wait. Ning Shu looked up in surprise. Seeing that you still know some etiquette, I'll reluctantly say a few words to you. Imperial matters, unless you have 3,000 lives, don't meddle. Some things, if you ask too much, you'll poke a hole in the sky. With a muffled sound, the crack of the door closed and there was no more sound. What did he mean? Ning Shu's brows didn't loosen until she met with Hui Ma and Changping at the appointed place. She kept thinking about these two unpredictable sentences. The sky had already lit up in silence. The sun was about to rise, dyeing the horizon of faint red. Seeing the redness, Changping's sharp eyes caught her arm. Ah, why is your arm injured again? It's so long. Hui Mo came over and frowned. This wound is thin and sharp. It is obviously caused by sword qi. I was hiding near Ji An's residence earlier, and I heard some commotion coming from there. Did someone notice your presence? If I had known earlier, I would have gone in with you. Ning Shu was still thinking about what had happened that night. Countless complicated thoughts collided and danced in her mind. None of them seemed to be related, but she felt as if she had touched the edge of all of them and was just waiting for a thread to connect them all. The answer, like a shy bride, was only separated from her by a red veil, but she was always looking at the flowers through the fog. She thought hard and answered casually, one more person would be more dangerous. It's just a small wound. I'm fine. Under the faint light of the morning sun, she stood firmly without moving. She forced her mind and heart to keep moving, and she couldn't slack off even for a moment. Plum Blossom Kiss, Empress Show, the late Crown Prince, the moon overhead, the chaos in the palace, the Emperor's concubine, the swallowing fire, the blood feud. Images flashed in front of her like a merry-go-round. Laughing, crying, screaming, crazy, thousands of thoughts, entangled. Yes, she knew. She knew. The answer was in her mind. She definitely knew it. Almost there, almost there. Ning Shu, think hard. You can do it. You'll figure it out soon. How can you be fine? Such a long wound needs to be bandaged quickly. Maybe there's some poison on the sword. Why don't you care about your own body? Xiao Zhangping was angry and nagged. But Ning Shu didn't respond to her for a long time. She seemed to have fallen into a trance. Xiao Zhangping stomped her feet and reached out to pull her. Hey, are you serious? Why don't you say a word? Could it be that your 5 senses were destroyed as well? Or is there really poison on the sword? Ah, Huimo, look at her. What should we do? I knew that the Ji and Institute was filled with yin qi and ghosts. Could it be that she was possessed by an evil spirit? Could it be that she wasn't Ning Shu? I'm begging you, please wake up. If you're really stupid, how can I explain it to the Shitzi and the Marquis? Ning Shu was suddenly pulled by her and staggered. She suddenly woke up from her trance. A cold light flashed in her mind. Like a silver needle, it slid through the thousands of thoughts like a fish. All the complicated and disorderly threads were hooked into a dark red embroidery. Smelling the embroidery, the coffin hidden in the dark moved. The person inside pushed the coffin and sat up, showing her a mysterious smile. I understand. She muttered to herself, her face pale, I understand everything. Chapter 764. Huemo and Changping were confused. They anxiously asked, what do you understand? Have you solved the case already? Please don't keep us in suspense, tell us what you understand. Ning Shu didn't answer, she only raised her long eyelashes and looked up at the dazzling golden light, letting the strong light pierce into her crystal-clear eyes. The light was so bright that tears came out of her eyes. In the morning light, it was like 2 bottomless lakes. She blinked her tears and didn't speak. After a long time, she took a deep breath and whispered, like a desperate soldier, I can't tell you now, it's not the time. Let's go, get ready, we'll take him home. And all the grudges, love and hatred, spanned across more than 20 years, finally came to an end. The dust was about to fall. The sea before the storm was always abnormally calm, just like the capital at this moment. It was as if there was 1,000 pounds falling on their necks. Everyone shrunk their shoulders and walked with their heads down, fearing that the sky above them would break their necks and smash the ground. Ning Deyuan, He Xian and her husband dismissed the servants in the mansion and waited anxiously under the setting sun. Since they received the news, they were waiting here and didn't want to move their eyes for a moment. Until the sunset, passers-by hurriedly returned home. A figure wearing a cloak gradually walked towards them. Ning Deyuan said, that is, sister, it's sister. Ji-er's eyes were the sharpest when she was young, and she immediately recognized that it was the elder sister she had been longing for. She was so excited that she jumped up and rushed into Ning Shu's arms with her two short legs, crying loudly, "Elder sister, Ji-er missed you so much. Do you know that I missed you so much? Where have you been all these days?" Ning Shu reached out with both hands and caught him. She pulled down her cloak and bent her knees to be level with him. She held his little face and gently wiped away his tears. "Big sister missed you too. My good Ji-er has become thinner and taller, you're a little man now, sister is really happy." She raised her head to look at her parents. Xian's eyes were already filled with tears, looking at her affectionately. Ning Shu's nose was sour. She stood up and hugged her. "Mother, father, I'm sorry for making you worry." Xian caressed her soft hair, closed her eyes, and tears covered her cheeks. She shook her head and said, "As long as you are well, mother can do anything. In those days, everyone said that you were dead. They said that Xiao went crazy and killed you by accident. But I don't believe it. I won't believe you no matter what you say. My daughter, you are the smartest and bravest person in the world. You have overcome so many dangers and difficulties. Even if you live to 100 years old, the king of hell wouldn't be willing to take you in. Di Yuan, look, I was right, I was right. My baby." The word baby broke Ning Shu's heart, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. The mother and daughter hugged each other tightly. Ning Yuan, who was holding Ji-er's hand, couldn't help but turn his back and secretly redden his eyes. It wasn't until the crescent moon hung on the branches that the family of four calmed down. When Xian's emotions finally stabilized, Ning Shu deliberated for a long time before saying, "Father, mother, the Empress now sees me as a thorn in her flesh. Logically, I shouldn't come to see you, lest she finds out that I'm still alive and implicate you. But there is one thing that your daughter has thought about and still feels that I have to tell you." Ning Yuan scolded, "Don't say implicate a family. If you say that again, father will punish you. If you have something to say, don't worry. Although father is old and useless, perhaps I can still help you with some ideas." Xian tidied her hair that was fluttering in the wind, and also smiled gently, Yes, you can't hold it alone. We will help you. Even if we can't hold it, you don't have to be afraid. At worst, we will die together. As long as our family is together, there is nothing to be afraid of. Sister, if you have any troubles, just say it. Ji-er has grown up and is very smart. Even the headmaster praises me. Ji-er will help you find a way." The family's bottomless tolerance made Ning Shu feel more guilty. The tears that had just stopped fell down. At this moment, she didn't need to be strong anymore. In front of them, she didn't need to pretend. She just needed to be herself. "I'm going to do something. But this thing may hurt you deeply, but I have to do it." Chapter 765. When the silk wrapped around the cocoon was gradually pulled open, the secret buried deep in the cocoon was revealed in front of them. The huge shock was like a storm that shocked all of them. In the warm hands of her family, Xian's trembling lips slowly calmed down. She closed her eyes and held her beloved daughter's cold and soft face. Finally, she felt relieved. "So, it's like this." She curved her lips into a smile. "My Shu-er, don't be afraid. Mother understands. Mother understands everything." Her voice was even gentler than the spring breeze. For the sake of her daughter, she could accept everything in the world. She could also bend her waist and use her thin and weak spine to shoulder the entire world. She was fearless. When one is born, one has to bear some responsibilities in the world. What you have to face, you have to face. And what you shouldn't escape, you can't escape even if you want to. Go, my child, do what you have to do. Mother will not blame you. On the contrary, if you don't go, you are not like my daughter. The more she was like this, the more Ning Shu's tears flowed. Mother, but, Ning Deyuan shook his head and smiled gently. No buts. He held Xian's shoulder with one hand and held Ji with the other. Ji-er's hand was firmly holding Ning Shu's. Under the thin moonlight, their figures were close together and could not be separated. Since this is the fate of our family, there is no way we can escape from this. Although our Ning family doesn't have any great abilities, we have a clear conscience and a clear conscience. Instead of carrying guilt for a lifetime, it is better to face it head-on. Don't worry, child, no matter what the result is, we can bear it and should bear it. We will not blame you. Go and end this old matter, end all the chaos. Right, Xiahou Shizhi has been locked in the Fanning Pavilion for a long time. Fate has treated him too poorly. It is time to bring him home. Ning Shu's nose twitched. She did not know how to thank this family who accepted her without any bottom line. Just as she bent her knees, Xian and Ning Deyuan each took one hand. Ji-er was too young to understand what they were talking about. She rushed forward and said, Me too, me too. No matter what sister wants to do, Ji-er will support. Ji-er is very strong. At this moment, there was no need to say anything more. The tears of laughter were already more than enough to make a mountain of gold. In order to prevent Empress Chao from finding out, Ning Shu did not stay for long. Xian and the others also quietly left the mansion. If they stayed for too long, they were afraid that it would attract attention. Therefore, after a hurried meeting, they had to bid each other farewell. Ning Shu reluctantly said goodbye to her parents. Before she had time to wipe her tears, she saw Huimo rushing over. His eyes were red and his face was extremely dignified. Lady Ning, something happened. Seeing his face, Ning Shu knew something bad had happened. What's wrong? Huimo clenched his teeth to prevent himself from screaming out in anger. His lips trembled as he said, Since His Majesty ordered His Highness to come to the capital to investigate the crime of His Highness set off at night and slept in the open all the way. Yesterday, I got the news that His Highness was about to arrive in the capital. I thought that it was great. If His Highness came, there would be a chance to turn the matter around. But I didn't expect that when I sent people to meet His Highness outside the city this morning, they didn't see him until sunset. Then I heard the spies say, just last night, His Majesty sent people to capture His Highness 50 miles outside the city. Now His Highness is under house arrest in the palace. Chapter 766. Originally, the old prince was the only thing they could rely on in this perilous situation. But now, even he was in prison and couldn't protect himself. Huimo's heart felt like it was stuffed with cotton. He angrily punched the tree trunk. Ning Shu lowered her eyes and dug her nails deep into her palm. This is a series of schemes. On one hand, His Majesty and Chao Ho used me to lure Shizhi to poison him. On the other hand, they used Shizhi as bait to lure the old prince, who hasn't been in the capital for many years, into the capital. Their target is Yunnan province. With such a vicious plan, His Majesty and Chao Ho are determined to wipe out the Nanping mansion in one fell swoop. Huimo's face was pale. He gasped and said, but our mansion has been extremely low-key for many years. In order to hide our brilliance and show our loyalty, we even took the initiative to give up the unique position of the founding king. We asked for an edict to lower our status and become Nanping. For so many years, in order to protect our territory, we shed blood and shed blood. Who knows how many brothers have died? How can they do this? Ning Shu sighed. Hui Mo, you don't understand. Sometimes, good people don't always have good karma. Loyal officials will always be valued. Otherwise, where did all those bloody cases come from? The so-called unfathomable heart of a ruler doesn't lie in what you do. As long as you exist, you will be a thorn in his side. If the current ruler is a wise ruler, it will be fine. If not, then a vassal king who doesn't lack power, prestige, ability, military power, and the people's love will only make the mediocre imperial family even more insignificant and useless. Under such circumstances, how can the imperial family tolerate it? The history books are always written by the victors. In particular, it is said that our emperor's head disease is incurable. He has been mediocre all his life. His only achievement is to use dishonorable means to seize the throne 25 years ago. So, before he breathes his last, he must step on the blood of the Nanping mansion to achieve his final hegemony. So laughable. Why? 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 The accumulated anger was like the claws of a giant beast stepping on Hui Mo's heart. He kept punching the tree until his hands were covered in blood. Ning Shu couldn't persuade her. That's right, why? Even God couldn't answer his question. Heaven and earth were unfair. Under the firmament, one had never been able to choose their own ranking. Some people were born to be dragons and phoenixes. They were given the right to kill and seize the lives of the ants under their feet. Even if the ants resisted, it would be considered treason. On what basis? He refused to accept it, she refused to accept it, none of them were willing to accept it. Changping, who had just arrived, heard the commotion. She was so anxious that she didn't even have time to pick up her skirt. She rushed over to stop Hui Mo and held his hand. She looked at the back of his hand with pain and frowned. Are you crazy? Why did he smash the tree? Do you think you're made of stone and won't break? Idiot! Hui Mo raised his head and looked at Changping with his red eyes. His eyes were cold and distant. I hate the royal family. For a moment, Changping was stunned, thinking that she had misheard. Ning Shu knew that something bad was going to happen. She hurriedly scolded, Hui Mo, what are you talking about? Don't let your emotions control you. Changping, something unexpected happened last night. Hui Mo was blinded by anger. Don't, Hui Mo, I hate the royal family. I hate everyone in the palace. Everyone in the palace has the Shao family's blood flowing in their veins is an enemy of my Nanping mansion. Changping opened her mouth in panic, not knowing what to say. But when she met his eyes full of hatred, her heart fell to the bottom. Chapter 767. Seeing Changping run away crying, leaving a trail of tears on the ground, Ning Shu looked at Hui Mo with a complicated gaze. She patted his shoulder and sighed, You don't have to be like this. Hui Mo's eyes stared at the trail of tears. He tried to squeeze out an indifferent smile, but he couldn't succeed even after using all his strength. He wiped his face with a hoarse voice and said, Now the Emperor and Empress are working together to uproot our family. You and I can't guarantee the danger of this battle. Hi, Hui Mo, will save the Shitzi in Old Wangya as long as there is a chance. Even if I have to sacrifice my life. But if she follows us, she won't get any benefits. She will only be implicated. How can I take such a risk with her? For her, it's best for her to hide in the palace. Even if the Emperor and Empress don't like her, at least she can live. And she and we are not on the same side. She shouldn't be involved with us in the future. Hui Mo smiled as if he was crying. His face was wrinkled like his heart. He took a deep breath and curled his lips. This time he succeeded. I'm not the one who is being driven away. I'm not the one crying. Why are you looking at me like that? And I'm just a little guard. What right do I have to be sad for a princess? Well, it's getting closer to the time of our plan. Lady Ning, you can go do your thing. I'll stay here for a while. Go, go. Hui Mo smiled and waved his hand at her. Ning Shu opened her mouth but swallowed her useless comforting words. She turned and left, leaving Hui Mo alone. It was because of her current position that she understood Hui Mo's good intentions. She couldn't persuade him. They knew that the road ahead was covered in rain and snow. They couldn't see whether the road ahead was life or death. They could risk it all, regardless of life and death. But how could they be willing to drag the person they cared about the most into the abyss? Letting go might be the best choice now. But what about the heart? Could it really not hurt? Ning Shu turned around and looked into the distance. She saw Hui Mo, who had been standing upright, lowering his head and kneeling on the ground. He dipped his finger into the tear stain and put it into his mouth. Then, he buried his head deeply. The Prince of Nanping entered the capital under imperial orders, but he refused to admit his wrongs. Instead, he dared to go against the emperor and tried to assassinate him with a sword. His disloyal heart was clearly written on paper. He was truly the #1 traitor in Great Yu. Today, on account of his past merits, the Holy One will be lenient and send him to the celestial prison to reflect on his past mistakes and wait for him to turn over a new leaf. This news was like a wildfire that quickly spread throughout the capital. What was more exciting than a hero being beaten into a coward? What could make one's eyes turn red? The gods had stood in the sky for too long and were respected by countless people. At the same time, there were countless vultures watching in the dark. When the opportunity came, they would rush up and tear off his flesh, tear out his bones, and dig out his heart. Then, they would raise it up and smile to others. Look, the so-called god of war was just a mortal body. He was no different from us. When he was trampled to death by thousands of feet, he was even worse than us. Ha 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 ha. The past merits seemed to be deliberately forgotten overnight. The past praise was now hundreds and thousands of times cursing. Everyone's eyes turned red with anger. It was as if they had been greatly betrayed and suffered a great loss. As for the truth, what did it have to do with them? Chapter 768. The day of Xiahou Qing's judgment came amidst all the cursing. Are you ready? Yes. Are you afraid? Afraid? What is that? I'm uneducated and don't know the word ghost. What about you? What a coincidence, I don't know it either. Hui Mo and Ning Shu looked at each other and smiled. They led the remaining 600 guards of Nanping Wang's residence and fearlessly looked forward as they embarked on their journey. Fighting a country with a few hundred people was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But what was there to be afraid of? It was that Meridian Gate again. The once young Empress Chao held the emperor's hand for the first time after putting on the imperial crown. Together, they accepted the worship of the common people. The applause was thunderous and the cheers were loud. That was the greatest glory of her life. Later, it was here again that Ning Shu destroyed all of her glory in front of the common people. She was even forced to personally order the execution of her elder brother. Her entire family's reputation was ruined. And today, it was here again. In this place that she had missed and hated countless times, she still chose it. Because not only did she want to execute the son of the person she hated the most, she also wanted to take back her former glory. With this thought, Empress Chao got up early in the morning and put on the most dazzling makeup under Kai Bin's careful care. Then, she held the hand that Heaven's choice emperor extended to her and put on the most perfect smile as she boarded the imperial carriage. They paraded in front of the common people until they reached the center of Meridian Gate. Your Majesty, listen, these voices are so pleasant to hear. These are the people's love and respect for your Majesty and the country, she said. Heaven's choice emperor's cold face was incomparably numb. At first, he was stunned as if he didn't hear clearly. Then, he reacted in hindsight and looked at the densely packed common people. Execute the traitor, bless the great you. Be wise, long live the emperor. Nanping Wang's residence, the #1 tumor. Cries like these entered his ears incessantly, and there were even cries like, traitors, colluding with foreign enemies, your entire family will be executed, death is not to be regretted, and ruthless crown prince, Yin spirit of the ghost manor, you must be exterminated, exterminate evil and defend justice. All of them came out. Their eyes were red, their hands were raised high, and they all bared their white teeth. Heaven's choice emperor listened for a while, then slowly turned his head and smiled. He said to Chao Ho, the empress is right. You are the mother of the country and my good wife. You have contributed greatly to this prosperity. Under the imperial canopy, Kai Bin served tea and continued to drink. Chao Ho said unhurriedly, you are about to kill your own son. How does your Majesty feel? Tianzhe Emperor's face turned cold. Empress, you must be joking. I don't need any extra sons, I only need this world. Empress Chao reached out her hand and placed it on the back of his hand. Then I will do my best to help your Majesty stabilize this world, just like 25 years ago. Now, let's begin. Following Heaven's choice emperor's order, the once most dazzling youth of Zhozhou, the Xiahou heir who dared to make the human world pale in comparison, now had his hands tied in shackles. Under the guard of the imperial guards, he appeared in front of everyone covered in dust. He was very thin, and even the belt on his body was loosened. His face was as white as jade, without a trace of blood. He was all alone. There was no trace of the glamorous and lively scene when he first entered the capital in a carriage through Zhuke Street, where people threw thousands of scented sachets and flowers at him. However, even at this point, his back was still straight, like a sword pointing to the sky. If you want it to bend, you have to break it. Chapter 769. The moment he appeared, the people paused for a moment, and then they erupted into an uproar. It was as if he was some heinous demon that had massacred the entire city. Thus, they urgently needed to curse him to express their endless loyalty to the imperial court and great Yu. Rotten cabbages and rotten eggs were thrown at him. Go to hell. You're a demon in human skin. A beast in human skin. You deserve to die. Great you should be ashamed to have someone like you. Didn't you brag that Prince of Nanping is the backbone of Great Yu, the great wall of human flesh, and that without you, the country would be finished? If you're so capable, why didn't you destroy the enemy country in one go? Instead, you let them invade every year. Could it be that you colluded with the enemy country to make a show for yourself? In my opinion, you're a traitor. 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 Ever since he came to the capital, there hasn't been a single day of peace in the capital. So it's all because of him. Kill him to appease the people. Kill. 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 Their mouths were wide open, and their eyes were red with excitement. They were like crows waiting for rotten meat on a tree. Filth from all directions smashed at his feet, robes, and lapels. He truly lost his reputation. In the crowd, there were 2 or 3 youths who struggled to squeeze in the middle. They reached out and tried to explain to others, he's not like this. He's a good person, a very good person. He's done many, many good things in the past. He even redressed our father's grievances. Please believe him. But after saying a few words, he was kicked over and almost trampled to death. Xiahou Qing's buzzing ears faintly recognized a few weak and familiar cries. It was Qin and the others. However, he was too far away to walk over. He could only smile faintly and shake his head at them. Thank you, but there's no need. Go back and protect yourself. Listen to me. Qin and the others covered their mouths and cried loudly. However, they were so insignificant that they could only squeeze together and cry helplessly. The cold-faced guard rudely pushed him forward. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I've brought Xiahou Qing here. Xiao Ho put down the golden teacup in his hand that was carved with a flourishing peony. He casually raised his eyes and looked up and down at his sorry figure. He narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Why don't you kneel when you see His Majesty?" Xiahou Qing stood there quietly, neither responding nor replying. Xiao Ho glared angrily, impudent. The rebels and traitors simply treated the imperial power as nothing. Men, beat him for me. Understood. The guards picked up their metal rods and viciously smashed them down on those perfectly straight knees. The sound of metal and bone colliding rang out. It was a sound that made people feel cold, but it also caused a group of people to cheer. Xiahou Qing swayed but did not fall. Then there was another blow. This time, it hit him hard on the left knee. Xiahou Qing's veins popped out all over his body, but he still held on, refusing to fall. The executioner was ruthless. Hey, I don't believe that there's no one who can't kneel in front of Laozi. You're holding on, right? Laozi wants to see how many blows you can endure. Then the rods came again and again. Each blow seemed to want to put him to death. Xiahou Qing clenched his back teeth and did not make a sound. His entire body trembled until blood seeped out between his teeth. Even his knees did not stop trembling. However, he still refused to bend down. 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 17, 18. As the last 18 fell, the unbelievably thin person's chest finally caved in and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood rained far away and sprayed onto the emperor's chin. The emperor could not help but tremble from the heat. Chapter 770. The blood had not dripped from his chin. Tianzhe Emperor swayed and instinctively called out, "Empress." Xiao Ho looked at the few drops of blood and then at her husband who had shared the bed with her for more than 20 years, the emperor of this country. She did not know why she smiled. It was both mocking and pitying. In the end, she tilted her head and lifted her chin at the executor. "What happened? You let the blood of a slut stain His Majesty's face. You really are useless. Leave." The executor trembled as he put away the metal rod. He stood to the side and waited for orders. In the middle of the Meridian Gate, the person who had been holding on with one breath finally let out a breath. He fell backwards and was lifted up by the guards in disgust to continue the trial. Xiao Ho took the handkerchief that Kai Kun offered and then leaned over to gently wipe away the dirty blood for Tianzhe Emperor. He's still breathing. Then let's continue. Otherwise, we will not be able to appease the anger of the people and give them an explanation. As her soft words fell, countless voices echoed, "Explanation. Explanation. Explanation. Explanation." On the city gate tower, Xiao Yini, who was leading Yang Chengwei to guard the Meridian Gate, looked at all of this expressionlessly. His heart was complicated and he did not say a word. Listening to the deafening voice, Emperor Tianzhe nodded. He raised his eyes and seriously looked at the child who was still breathing and had his own blood flowing in his body in the hands of the guards. He said word by word numbly. The criminal, Xiaoqing, used the identity of Nanping Wang's heir to collude with his accomplices after entering the capital. He bribed the courtiers and was unruly and did whatever he wanted. Seeing that your Nanping Wang's mansion protected the country, I didn't expect you to dare to show your ferocious nature on the night of the midnight banquet. You tortured and killed 87 innocent palace servants and concubines in the harem, Madam Qi. You even tried to murder me and the Empress. There are witnesses and evidence. Do you plead guilty? Xiaoqing seemed to have lost consciousness. After a long time, he seemed to faintly hear the accusation against him. He struggled to open his mouth and blurt out, "No," Tianzhe Emperor said. "What did you say?" Say it again." The corners of Xiaoqing's lips curled up weakly. He looked at the sky and said slowly, "Even if I don't, what can you do to me?" How arrogant. Empress Chao slammed her palm on the table and stood up in her bright yellow phoenix robe. "Your Majesty, everyone knows what the king of Nanping and his son did. Why do we need to try them? Qinxia is just a woman and a child. Naturally, I cannot compare to your Majesty's literary and military prowess. However, I have heard the sages of the past say that the people are the most important, the state comes second, and the monarch is the least important. Since that's the case, why don't we leave this case to the people?" Before the Heaven's Choice Emperor could speak, the people present became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. It was as if everyone was holding a gavel in one hand and a judge in the other, holding the power of life and death. They were all judges. As for how this case would be investigated? Why do we still need to listen to testimonies and check the authenticity of witnesses and evidence? Didn't everyone say that the crime was unforgivable? Why waste time? There was only one word: execute. Standing under the bright yellow tasseled canopy, Empress Chao raised her noble chin as if she was leading an invincible army. She sighed and said, "Originally, Qinxia wanted to spare his life out of a moment of soft-heartedness. However, now that the public opinion is like this, Your Majesty, we can only follow the public opinion." The Heaven's Choice Emperor opened his mouth and looked at that face. Countless thoughts seemed to flash through his mind. In the end, he turned his head and slowly lowered his outstretched hand. He said to the guard, then, just as the order was given and the death sentence was about to be handed down, a bolt of lightning suddenly came down from the clear sky above. Before the people could react, the ground beneath their feet began to move again. The entire ground shook and countless snakes, insects, rats, and ants swarmed in from all directions. They climbed over people's feet and scuttled up people's clothes. In an instant, the entire Meridian Gate felt danger. Fear spread across the ground. Hot oil splashed everywhere and screams rang out. The banner of justice from before was thrown to the side. Everyone covered their heads and ran for their lives. The ground is moving. The ground is moving. Quickly run. Master Tian, what's going on here? Heavenly thunder, earth shaking, insects rioting. Is this a sign that something strange is about to happen? Save me. Chapter 771. The Meridian Gate was in a mess, and everyone was in danger. Qinxin and the others supported one another and were trapped in the crowd. The moment he saw the situation, Xiao Yini brought the guards and charged down, using his Dantian energy to shout, "Zhao Bin, protect the emperor." Zhao Bin's horsetail whisk landed on the ground as he tried his best to summon the surrounding palace maids and soldiers. "Quick, protect his majesty, protect the empress. Where are the divine martial guards and Yongchengwei? Protect the empress and leave." The ground continued to shake, and Tianzhe Emperor grabbed onto Zhao Bin's arm. His face was unstable, but Chao Ho was decisive and scolded, what are you panicking for? Such a small matter is not appropriate. Zhao Bin tried to persuade her, but Empress, the lightning is really weird. You and His Majesty have the body of a true dragon and a golden phoenix. If something goes wrong, what will happen? Xiao Yini, who rode the wind over, said, Mother, your and father's safety is important. Leave the other matters to me. Xiao Ho's sharp eyes looked around, and she laughed coldly. It's broad daylight, so where did the lightning come from? The earth quaked and the mountain swayed, but not a single crack appeared. Snakes, insects, rats, and ants were nothing. This consort will not leave this place today. I want to see who dares to play tricks in front of this consort. Yuni, my son, immediately bring people to keep an eye on that Xiahou Qing. Do not let anyone take advantage of the chaos. Your Majesty, what do you think? Xiao Ho looked over with a heavy gaze. After Tianzhe Emperor stabilized himself, he lowered his eyes and said, Listen to the Empress. Xiao Yini did not know why, but he felt a chill down his spine. This chill surged into his brain, causing him to stay awake. I can, listen up. Xiao Ho smiled, indifferent and graceful. That's good. Kai Bin, fix your Majesty's and mine's cushions. Replace the teacups on the table with new ones. I will sit with your Majesty on this fishing platform and see which stupid fish can't wait to take the bait. In this wide meridian gate, Yang Chengwei was heavily guarded with sabers and swords in his hands, isolating the noisy commoners outside. Emperor and Empress sat calmly in the center and even drank tea peacefully. After a brief moment of panic, the citizens realized that nothing had happened and gradually calmed down. They stopped and looked at each other to see what was going on. The sun pierced through the clouds and continued to burn. Xiao Ho's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. Xiao Yini glanced at the half-dead Xiahou Qing, who was supported by the guards, and a dark look flashed past his eyes. He asked in a low voice, Is the Xiahou family's son all right? The corners of Xiahou Qing's mouth, which had been silent all this time, twitched. He lazily squeezed out a voice from his chest. There is no need, for your highness to worry. I will not die. Xiao Yini laughed. The Xiahou family's son is indeed a talent. It's a pity that Xiang Yu will commit suicide in the Wu River one day. I don't know how long the Xiahou family's son can hold on. Under Xiao Yini's expectant gaze, the corners of Xiahou Qing's lips twitched slowly. Xiao Yini thought that he had something else to say and was about to take a step closer to bend down to listen when he heard Xiahou Qing chuckling softly without saying a word. It was as light as a cloud, but it was full of mockery. Xiao Yini's expression changed and he threw him aside. He pressed down hard on the sword and suppressed the surging anger in his chest. He raised his eyes and scanned the thousands of heads that were crowded and bustling like an eagle. Ning Shu, you did something just now, didn't you? Are you still not willing to give up your final struggle? What else do you want to do? Today's situation is like this. You will definitely lose. You are so stubborn and stupid. For the sake of our past relationship, you'd better not appear, otherwise. Chapter 772. The sun above their heads was as hot as fire. Whether it was the Emperor, the Empress, Xiao Yini, or the other officials, they were all quietly waiting for a certain big fish to take the bait. The people who had suddenly experienced panic realized that it was just a false alarm, so they gradually calmed down. Just now, they were filled with righteous indignation and couldn't wait to take a knife and cut the traitor into 1,000 pieces, but now that a large basin of ice water had been poured over them, they began to discuss hesitantly. Whether the traitor was killed or not wasn't that important for now. They had to ensure their own lives first. This strange phenomenon is so strange. Could it be some kind of ominous sign? I heard my grandfather say that every time there is snow in June, there will be a great injustice. What's with the thunder and the earthquake? Ha! Injustice. The evidence is already so conclusive. What injustice? I think it's the opposite. It's the demon inside his body that's causing mischief. Even before he dies, he wants to drag us to hell with him. Then this Xiahou Qing is so vicious. Are we still going to kill him? What would happen if it caused another earthquake? Just now, I was almost trampled to death. It really scared me to death. Hey, you say, His Majesty and the Empress are about to give the order to execute him. Suddenly, this earthquake came. Could it be that even the true dragon's aura can't suppress him? Or are we wrong? Is it the heavens that don't want him to? Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you want to die? Let's wait and see. Maybe it's just a coincidence. If you dare to say another word, I'll go home and beat you to death. It was like waiting for an arrow that could come at any time. Everyone was on edge, afraid that it would come in the next instant and pierce through their heads. However, after waiting for a long time, it still didn't come. They were burning with anxiety. After waiting for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the young Chengwai arched their backs and cleaned up all the snakes, insects, rats, and ants in the chaos. They still hadn't caught the fish they imagined. Seeing the people become restless again, Empress Chow's face darkened and she sneered, "Playing this kind of trick with me is showing off your slight skill in front of an expert. You won't come out, right? Then I'll kill him for you to see. Let's see who has the initiative." Your Majesty, it's getting late. It's time for this farce to end, don't you think? Heaven's Choice Emperor coughed a few times. This long wait made him extremely tired. He waved his hand and said, "Zhen is not feeling well. Let the Empress handle it for Zhen." Good. The criminal, Xiahou Qing, was a descendant of the evil god and possessed by the evil spirit. After committing such a heinous crime, he actually dared to provoke the abnormal phenomenon of heaven and earth to bring disaster to the human world. Today, fortunately, His Majesty's golden dragon was present, and the Emperor's qi could restrain the evil spirit. If they did not kill him today, great you would perish. Someone come. Put that Xiahou Qing on the fire and burn this evil spirit to ashes, completely exterminating him. Yes. Young Chengwai obeyed the order and began to set up the fire platform. Bundles of firewood were piled on top of the platform, and in the middle of the platform, a wooden stick about a zhang high was erected. The iron lock was ready, all they had to do was to wait for the people to serve the feast. Today, he had personally put his old enemy on the platform. Xiao Yunyi's heart churned for a moment. He did not know why, but he felt somewhat emotional. Do you still remember the first time we fought? At that time, you entered and left the palace. I was a fallen prince, and you were the only legitimate son of Nanping Wang Manor. All the imperial brothers gathered around you. They treated you better than me, their own brother, just to fight for you, their greatest support. The cold iron chain bound his hands and feet, round and round. Xiahou Qing weakly hung his head and smiled weakly. If it was now, the situation would be completely different. Your Highness's brothers would not be able to avoid me in time. Is your Highness saying all this to send me off? Then I'll accept your Highness' good intentions. Chapter 773. Xiao Yunyi looked at him with a complicated gaze, pausing for a moment before continuing in a low voice. At that time, I was watching coldly from the sidelines. Do you know what I was thinking? I am envious of you. You obviously have a cold face and don't say anything, but you are surrounded by a group of imperial brothers. If I were the crown prince and you were the crown prince of Great Yu, how good would that be? But I was also jealous. Why did I have to live like a dog when I clearly had the most noble bloodline in the world, flaunting in front of you? The trace of blood hanging from Xiahou Qing's mouth gradually dried up, making it more difficult for him to speak. Your Highness is thinking too much. At that time, I was young and naturally liked silence. When I first entered the palace, I didn't know what to say and could only keep my mouth shut. I know. I could tell at a glance that you didn't want to talk to anyone at all. You wanted to stay far away from them and run to the side to bask in the sun. That's why when third brother suggested a polo match, you frowned. However, third brother insisted on it and even pulled Imperial Father over to watch the match. Imperial Father asked you who you wanted to be on the team with. He didn't expect you to turn around and point at me in the corner. What was more unexpected was that you and I cooperated so well and won the first place, pressing the other brothers firmly below. Everyone was shocked and took the jade pendant that father used as a prize. That was the first time in many years that I caught father's eye. What I didn't expect the most was that a few days after I happily took the jade pendant, I encountered the crazy revenge of the other brothers. Does Your Highness blame my unintentional actions for disturbing Your Highness's low profile for so many years? Xiao Yunyi shook his head, smiling faintly. No, I don't blame you. On the contrary, I want to thank you. If it wasn't for you, perhaps I would still be a coward who only knows how to hide in his shell to save his life. In fact, at the beginning of the match, I didn't want to be in the limelight. I was used to lowering my head and even occasionally raising it felt uncomfortable. But your light was so bright that I didn't know why a fire was lit in my heart and it made me crazy. You hit a ball, but I wanted to hit one more than you to prove that I didn't succumb to your halo. Because of you, I was forced to cut my umbilical cord and come to Imperial Mother's side after being framed by Imperial Concubine Qi. It can be said that it is because of your existence that I am who I am now. I had a great time playing polo with you. Xiao Yunyi had hidden this psychological analysis in his heart for more than 3,000 days and nights. He thought that he would never say it out loud, but he did not expect that he would feel so happy after saying it out loud today, as if he had let out a breath of relief. A trivial matter in the past, brought up again after so many years, suddenly seemed like a mirage, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Xiahou Qing laughed and said, "Move the sun, command the blue sky." Now that I think about it, that match was indeed delightful. You're welcome. The rope was already fastened and the pile of firewood was set up properly. Buckets of hot oil quickly soaked the pile of firewood. Xiao Yunyi took the torch from his subordinate, his dark eyes silently reflecting Xiahou Qing's weak body. He said, "This life is over. I'm looking forward to fighting with the Crown Prince again if there's a chance in my next life. At that time, we'll be enemies and see who's stronger. Light the fire." The flame was like a snake's tongue, instantly lighting the firewood. It slithered towards Xiahou Qing's feet, eagerly licking his robe. Everyone stared with wide eyes, excitedly clapping their hands while holding their breaths. They waited for a living body to burn into a skeleton in front of them, giving off the smell of flesh and wood being burned to ashes. It was as if their souls had been burned. Chao Ho gripped Tianzhe Emperor's arm tightly, almost crushing it through the dragon robe. Her life's hatred would finally dissipate at this moment. She was so excited that tears almost came out of her eyes. Ha ha ha, this time, she had personally ordered people to set up the fire. Don't think that your tricks will have a chance to stir up trouble again. Burn! 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 Burn to your heart's content. Just as the fire was about to engulf Xiahou Qing, suddenly, a sharp shout pierced through the sea of people. Your Majesty! Not good. Just now when the ground was shaking, the mountain rocks at Xiangori Mountain suddenly splashed everywhere, and dust filled the sky. After everything calmed down, a few big bloody words suddenly appeared on the body of the Buddha guarding Xiangori Mountain. Tianzhe Emperor blurted out, what words were written? The Crown Prince has returned. Chapter 774. With the return of the Crown Prince, there was a huge commotion. Oh! Crown Prince. There is no Crown Prince in this dynasty. Then this Crown Prince can only be that big madman from the previous dynasty. But didn't everyone say that the ghost of that crazy Crown Prince is in Xiahou Shizi's body? Why did he return? What's going on? While everyone was still in shock, a horse galloped over like a bolt of lightning and shouted, reporting. After the earthquake in Hugua Temple, the lotus flowers in front of the temple withered in an instant, revealing a Buddha's headstone from the bottom of the pond. On the back of the stone, there were 4 words written, bathing in fire will emerge. Xiao Yini, who was watching the fire from a close distance, was stunned for a moment with the fire still burning in his hand. Then he instantly understood. But before he could say anything, an endless stream of reporting came from all directions, fiercely attacking the weak minds of the people. Reporting, Your Majesty. Something happened at the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Emperor Gaozu's portrait burned without any wind. Reporting, all the fish in Penglai Lake are dead. Reporting, this continuous reporting was like a bomb exploding among the people. Chao Ho wanted to order people to calm the panic at all costs, but the galloping horse's hooves suppressed all the voices she had hidden among the people. Heavens! Heavens! An earthquake has caused so many ominous signs. This is clearly a sign from the heavens, warning us that if people are really burned to death, that crazy Crown Prince will be able to do whatever he wants after breaking free from his physical body. If this is true, then it will be terrible. Don't burn it. Don't burn it. Right, don't burn it. Don't burn it. Let him live. Let him live. Seeing that the people's screams were getting louder and louder, they rushed towards the fire. Even the guards who had drawn their swords could not stop them. Seeing that the situation was about to go out of control, Tianzhe Emperor had no choice but to stand up and order, extinguish the fire. Bring him out for Zhen. If he is burned to death, it is your life. Yuni, what are you doing? We are talking about you. Even though the torch in his hand was extremely unwilling, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he had no choice but to suppress the anger in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he waved his veiny hand and ordered his subordinates, "Didn't you hear Imperial Father's words? Drag him out. I want him alive." Yes. These people, who had just spent a lot of effort to set up the fire, now swarmed over to put out the fire and save Xiahou Qing at the risk of being burned to death. Their armor was scorched and they were in a sorry state. Several of them were scalded before they managed to unlock the iron lock and drag Xiahou Qing out. The flame had already reached his feet and was climbing up his robe. Splash! He splashed a basin of cold water over it in a panic, as if he was trying to save his own father. Xiao Yini frowned and looked down with a cold expression. How is she? The vice envoy stretched out 2 fingers to check for breathing. Still breathing. The veins on Xiao Yini's hand almost exploded. He shook off his hand and turned to bow to Heaven Choice Emperor expressionlessly. Reporting to Imperial Father, Xiahou Qing's life is not in danger. Heaven Choice Emperor sighed and sat back down. That's good, that's good. Just 2 short sentences made him extremely tired. He turned back to look at Chao Ho. Empress, what should we do now? You should make the decision. Killing was not something that could be done now. Otherwise, the public opinion would not be suppressed. Since the person behind the scenes had arranged so many tricks, once Xiahou Qing died, there would be more and more movements. Then when the time came, whoever gave the order to kill Xiahou Qing would be the enemy of the people. She had arranged for the saber to stab at Xiahou Qing, but she never expected it to stab back at her with the same move. Who was the person who had directed all of this? Ning Shu. Did she not die? That was impossible. She had seen her corpse lying in front of her with her own eyes and then told Yuni to take care of that rotten corpse. But if it was not her, who else could it be? Unless, Xiao Yuni's expression was extremely dark as he stared at Xiahou Qing, who had escaped death once again. Before he could figure out what to do next, he suddenly felt his eyelid twitch and saw his mother's cold gaze landing on him. Chapter 775. Xiao Yuni subconsciously quibbled, Imperial Mother. He hadn't even finished his sentence when he saw a thin figure pushing through the crowd. He walked out of the vast sea of people. A bright yellow scroll was held high above his head. It seemed as if he was holding the mountains and rivers of the Great Yu. Someone in the crowd quickly recognized him. It's Prime Minister Tan. It's really him, it's our Tan Qingtian. Move aside, move aside. The crowd automatically moved aside to make a path for him. Tan Xiwan. Xiao Ho's eyes temporarily let go of Xiao Yuni and locked onto Tan Xiwan with hostility, guessing what new play this old man had to perform. Tianzhe Emperor spoke first, his face cold. Minister Tan, we remember that you have been cultivating in the mountains recently. Why did you suddenly come down? If it's not important, then let's talk about it when we return to the palace. Tan Xiwan did not back down and instead said fearlessly, reporting to your majesty, the matter this subject wants to report is not a small matter, but an important matter that concerns the future of the country. As your majesty knows, this subject knew that he had committed a grave mistake and became a monk. He meditated on his mistakes and repented in front of Buddha. He should not have taken half a step into the world of mortals. However, when the earth moved, this subject was kneeling in front of Emperor Gaozu's statue. When the earth suddenly moved, this subject panicked and was afraid that Emperor Gaozu's statue would shatter, so I immediately called for people to protect you. However, before I could touch the golden statue, I suddenly saw a bright yellow scroll fall from the sleeve of the great ancestor and land at my feet. I was extremely frightened and did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. I rushed down the mountain to see His Majesty. Your Majesty, please take a look. Xiao Ho looked at the scroll as if he was looking at a bomb that he knew would explode. He said angrily, what a joke. Emperor Gaozu's statue is made of pure gold and is solid inside. How could it drop a scroll for no reason? This is ridiculous. Tan Xiwan said bitterly, Your Majesty's thoughts are also this subject's thoughts. It's because this subject understands that I feel even more terrified and uneasy. When the scroll fell, this subject immediately asked everyone present whether this subject's eyes were blurred or if this subject's mind was muddled and fell for a trick. However, everyone present can testify that this subject did not see wrongly. Your Majesty, Your Highness, please take a look. Minister Tan, you. With a swoosh, Xiao Yuni flew away. Before he could even touch a corner of the yellow silk, the scroll had already been opened to everyone. The dazzling cinnabar words on it connected together, causing a huge commotion in an instant. Since ancient times, the emperors have succeeded the heavens and established the extremes, consolidating the vast regions. They must establish the Yuan dynasty and the Maolong kingdom as their foundation, and use the Mianzong society as their boundless resting place. But when heaven chooses the sun and moon to be in chaos, the purple myrtle dimmed, it no longer disrupted the rivers and mountains. I personally descend to the mortal world to give you some pointers. The eldest son of the emperor is young, His appearance is outstanding, his innate talent is pure and beautiful, he can inherit the country. I solemnly declare to heaven and earth that it will continue for another 100 years to mend the defects and remedy them. Tan Xiuan read it aloud, each word ringing in everyone's ears. For a moment, no one was able to react. A great uproar came like a tide. Just like that, the ugliest piece of the royal family's fig leaf was taken off in front of countless people. When Heaven Chooses Emperor heard it personally, his face changed color and he suddenly stood up. Empress Chao's face was ashen, her jeweled golden armor shattered. The commoners were all stunned. What eldest son of the emperor is young? Our Majesty's oldest prince is only the third Prince Xiao Yunyan. Where did the eldest son come from? What is written in this imperial edict? Who says there is no eldest son of the emperor? 22 years ago, His Majesty suffered from a lack of children and the crown prince was left vacant. The current empress and the most favored imperial concubine Jiang at that time were pregnant with a dragon child one after the other. His Majesty was unable to make a choice, so he made a golden promise that no matter which imperial concubine gave birth to a dragon child first, he would be conferred the title of crown prince and inherit our great Yu's vast rivers and mountains. Who would have expected that accidents would occur so frequently that neither of the two dragon children could be saved, so the position of crown prince has been left vacant until today. What does this imperial edict mean? The eldest son of the emperor from back then didn't die at all. If he didn't die, then who is it? Stupid. How come you still don't understand? The sun and moon to be in chaos, the purple myrtle star to be in darkness. The eldest son of the emperor is young, it's talking about the Nanping Prince Xiahou Qing who was almost burned to death just now. Ha! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.